I tried, Olive.
I'm desperately trying to hold my life together, but does she care?
I did what I could.
It's honestly hard to tell.
All I'm good at is shoving people around.
Caprice was.
No one would give me the time of day otherwise.
Her into her orbit, whether they like it or not.
Avoids us a lot of the time. The
I do
club
my best
doesn't even
with
want to meet anymore.
It doesn't matter how much
promise
branding
you,
or verbal
none of
acrobatics
that's
it
true.
takes. I will
How can you
always
even
try to
say
solve
that when
things
you were
delicately.
roped into the club yourself?
She is
That was even worse.
rushing around
I
like
was
a
just
bull in
taking
a china
advantage
shop,
of her personal
undoing the
problems
peace
to get a
and
small
normalcy
step up in
people
this
build
dumb
for
fight.
themselves.
It was still
Once she
my
gets
decision
excited,
in the end.
it's as if people's
So
feelings
was everything
don't
that
even
came
matter.
after.
Join the art
Where we're at
club.
now.
Who cares if
It's
there's
been a
already a
rough few
perfectly
days,
good one?
But that's
Let
only
me use
because
the
I
booth
hate
for
seeing
your
you like
club.
this.
Oh, what do you
You've
know?
been
Looks
nothing
like
but
we're gonna
good to
be
me.
family.
Why does it feel like nothing I do is good enough? Why does
Do
it
you
feel like I
hate
can't
her?
get through to anyone? I'm so sick of it.
I love
Months and
her.
months of this. My best
I
friend.
love Caprice. I always have.
You get it?
She's my sister.
You've always been my sister.
this.
Haven't I been yours?
Why can't everything go
You
back to
hate
the way it
Amy that
was?
much?
I don't need our parents to be married for us to be family. I don't want a replacement for what I've lost.
Me leaving for you to want to talk.
Why won't they understand that?
Again. To smile, to live with each other instead of around. Why
Millie?
is it so hard?
Let's head home early
I don't know
tomorrow.
the best words or how to say what I mean,
like
so
I
I
have
just
a
keep
whole
talking and
to it.
hoping one
You
small
can stay
part of
with
it
me
might
if
be
you want.
enough. I'm tired
For as
of
long as you
screaming.
need. Caprice.
What is it, Olive? Don't let go.
I won't.
I love you. Oh,
I promise. I think I love you too.
Papaya, papaya. Happy Sapphic Sunday. Hope you enjoyed that lovely little start to the stream. Game totally didn't crash 2 times while doing that. Totally didn't crash. Twice. Because I was adding the sound source to the starting screen.
Hey there, Willowmere. It's me, Summer.
Hi, welcome everyone. We're back with Twofold for Sapphic Sunday. Hey there, Willowmere. It's me, Summer. I still have one bite of my food left. Whoa. But last time we had quite the eventful Christmas. Hey there, Willowmere. It's me, Olive. Hey there, Willowmere. It's me, Olive. Finishing my food real quick. I need to grab more water, and when we're starting, I grab my water. My bowl away. I don't even know. Water. It's me, Olive. You're the one where it's me, Olive. This is a really bad Olive impression. It's funny. I kind of sound like a fuckboy. I kind of sound like a fuckboy. But hello, it's Sapphic Sunday. Hi, Kaizen. What do you mean? What do you mean you son of a bitch? Kaizen, I fucking stream every week on the Sunday. Maybe I did, Kaizen. What? Maybe I did. Maybe it was me who brought that hive into the ship. Maybe it was Ming. You have evidence of that. What if it was me? What if it is? What if it was me, cousin? You have evidence of that. So what? They just wanted to party. They just wanted to party, cousin. What's wrong with partying so badly? Also, if some of you haven't seen yet, let me just pull it up real quick while we're here. Those beads are... If you guys haven't seen, I'm pretty sure a lot of you have seen already, but I got some new some new comms. Look at it. Look at it. Look at the beauty. Look at it. It's made by Theo Minute. They worked on this game we're playing right now. Lovely, lovely. I love Summer Nansen.
I wish.
I love Summer Nansen.
Yep. Good morning.
I fucking... The turnaround was so quick, because I commissioned at like 9 p.m. or something, and then Theo messaged me back at 1 a.m. But I didn't know it. I didn't know I got messaged because it doesn't... They don't fucking... Ko-Fi decided to not send an email until past 12 hours later. And by that, it took like 15 hours minimum for them to send an email. But by then, I already looked. I was like, I'm curious. I opened Ko-Fi on my phone. And I was like, I have a message from someone on Ko-Fi. Why? Oh, it's from Theo. It's from Theo. It's from Theo. Ah. Also, this was the original version. It's a lot less. The colors are a lot less, but it's still very cute. I love it. It's very cute. It's very cute. And then I asked after the fact, many hours after the fact, can you make someone answer iconic wed? And Theo did it. Theo did it. Nansen wed.
It's the most right I've felt in years.
It's Shaman Nansen. It's Shaman Nansen. I love her. I like how I move my hands like and you can't even fucking see it, but you can't even fucking see I'm doing my hand. It's out there. It's out there. It's out there. And I don't know the rest of the lyrics. I don't remember the rest of the lines from this thing I'm trying to quote. And also we have this one as well. And this is for Hasu, who isn't here. I've never got anyone on my side. Ah!
I think I love you too.
Last time we had a very, very nice Christmas. We exchanged some nice presents. We had some nice dinner. We unwrapped a painting. A lot happened. It was the second time we've seen that scene. As we know, Millie ran off. We went looking for her. We found her at the train tracks, and we had a very, very poignant conversation. You heard a bit of that in the starting screen. And this line still hurts.
Hey, Millie. Let's head home early tomorrow.
I don't feel like I have a home to go to anymore.
That line still hurts. It's real sad still. And Olive offered to house the white the right girl, the right woman, the right woman. For as long as I need. As long as... What's the line? For as long as you need. You must provide housing for the right woman. But did you know that as awful as I feel, I remain silent? So many words came to mind. Condolences, assurances. All of them feel unnatural and forced. And so, none of them fill the air. I wish so badly I could give Millie the peace she deserves and the happiness to pursue it. But the stark truth that I'm forced to face, as my coach dampens with her tears, is that I can't. There's nothing I can offer. Only useless platitudes. I'm unequipped, out of my depths. So, with the absence of any answers, I return the hug and hold her tight until, eventually, mercifully, the trembling stops. I might not be able to fix everything, but I still want to help. I just want her to be happy, no matter what it takes. Anyways, let's go on to the final act, Act 3. Memories made. Wait, I need it. When we told Mike we were leaving early, we didn't question it or protest. I wonder if Millie would have felt better if you did. The fine line between wanting your space and hoping your loved ones reach out for you is delicate. And so, it's one Millie has struggled to walk for a long time. My apartment is scarce. The heating is faulty at best. It's loud in the night, with roads below ever active. But it's all I can offer her, and the best she's got. Shivering from the cold morning air, I open the door to our home. Hello, Mr. Mole. The small welcome is enough to make me jump and instinctively hide my free hand poorly behind my back. Before her luggage she had originally taken for the trip, or any of her own personal items she wanted to bring from her house, she had asked about Mr. Mo. My apartment allows small pets, and that was all she needed to hear before retrieving his carrier. I just gotta fucking... I love getting followed and liked by bots on Twitter. Fuck you. That being said, I'm not sure if the word small best describes him. His friendly headbutt managed to push me back a step. Out of the sound of an opening door, followed by the dragging of feet, within seconds, Millie emerges from the alleyway. The hallway. She wipes some sleep from her eyes, waking up by the commotion.
Good morning. You were out early.
Yeah. I was hoping to get back before you woke up.
Foiled by Mo.
Seems so.
Thanks for the commentary. She meets my drooping expression with a giggle.
If it's any consolation, I'd much rather still be sleeping. I take no joy in your defeat.
She punctuates her declaration with a very loud, very long yawn. When her hand comes down from her mouth and her eyes open, I notice them slowly drag downward, settling on the modest bouquet hidden hastily behind my back. My eyes follow hers, choosing to stare at the bundle of flowers rather than dare to make eye contact as I stammer the words out.
I figured, well, if we're gonna do this for real, we should get our story straight.
Don't you mean sorry, gay? I've been rehearsing this in my head since the idea came to me yesterday afternoon, and I still can't believe I'm going through with it.
So,
With a deep breath, I pull my arms out from behind me and shove it directly into the front of, as fast as I'm able. I'm not an extravagant arrangement. It's not an extravagant arrangement, but I try my best to pick out something she'd like, given what was available. Because it's winter and most flowers are fucking dead in the winter. I still can't bring myself to meet her eyes, choosing instead to train my gaze on the floor as I deliver my ramblings.
I think I love you, Millie. I don't want things to end after a semester together. Would you like to go out sometime?
I keep my eyes firmly trained somewhere but her as I wait for a response. I don't know what I'm expecting. We had decided to make things legitimate on the bridge and confirm things the morning after, but I still find my heart beating out of my chest regardless. I wait for an answer, but nothing ever comes. Did she not get what I'm trying to do? Am I just being dumb? Wouldn't it be the first time, I guess? Ugh, how was I smoother in a fake relationship that my mind goes blank as her hand envelops mine. My eyes finally shoot up and meet hers again. I'm met with a heavy blush, mirroring mine, I'm sure, and a large, warm smile that I feel like I haven't seen for forever.
I'd love to.
They don't have a response past loosening my grip on the poor flowers, relinquishing them to their new owner. After they're out of my hands, I notice small imperfections from afar. A slight wilt on a single petal, an unpleasant trim where a flower meets its stem. Nevertheless, merely gazes at them fondly, slowly admiring them.
Guess that's that then.
Yes, I guess so.
What can I say? You won me over.
Even as she speaks, she never looks up to face me directly, still enamored by her gift.
That story of yours was something else, you know. That last chapter was a real tearjerker.
She cradles the bouquet in her arms, allowing her to easily remove a lone flower, a faded pink rose. With all the care and tenderness that I lacked when shoving the flowers into her face, gently presses it to me.
I'm really looking forward to see where you take it next.
I take the flower from her, our eyes finally meeting after a morning of active avoidance.
I'm not much of a writer, but I'll try not to disappoint.
My writing class is over. Done, with any luck. I'll never have to step inside that room again. Even after my passing grade, I still never felt confident in my ability to put words to paper. Not really. For the first time, though, I find myself excited to start on this story. How could I not be, with a co-author like her? several days later. The last rays of sunlight are just barely peeking from out the window. The cool writing club room struggling to warm up again after the winter break. After moving out and finally getting some space to breathe from all the pressure of her life, I thought the last thing Millie would want to do would be start up the writing club again. Yet, here we are, sticking to the same schedule we made before the break started. She sent a message yesterday to the group to mixed reception. Heather was the first to reply, sending a sarcastic, "Yay!" Dinner responded, and Tanya sent it almost too many happy smiley faces.
New year, new club, huh?
I
Yeah,
hope so.
we can only hope.
Yeah, me too.
I meant it to sound optimistic, but nothing about Millie's smile seems hopeful.
Hey, come on. Don't disappear into your head. It'll be fine. Millie?
Sorry, I know you're trying to help. I don't want to get my hopes up. Not that I'm trying to be all doom and gloom, but I'm a little tired of trying to make it perfect just in case it'll resonate this time. Whatever, I'm just going to enjoy it. That'll have to be enough.
Millie gives a reassuring look, a fake smile, or measured body language in sight. No fake smile or measured body language in sight. She takes a sip of coffee and gets back to tidying up the room. I can't think of a single thing that could be fun about leading this writing club. On the other hand, there must be something besides pride keeping Millie here. I mull it over a bit, deciding not to press. Whatever it is, I'll find out soon enough.
Thank you, 3, for making it. I know it's been a while, so how about we start with a simple warm-up exercise?
Ugh. I barely even like stretching. Can't we do one of those word games?
No.
Yeah, Millie, I think this club is at its best when you act like a preschool teacher. How about we practice phonetics?
Do you ever
Cut it out or leave. We're not doing this today.
Millie closes the book she was reading from, giving both Tanya and Heather a firm glare. Tanya sighs and mutters an apology, shifting to sit into a slightly more attentive posture. Heather scoffs loudly.
Leave? And what? You'll stand here talking to an empty room?
I just want one meeting where we can try to be adults who share a common love for the craft.
Ah, my heart's bleeding. Really?
I'm not fighting with you, Heather.
We can just move on to that exercise.
Oh, you're still here. Failing another class?
I'm just here for fun, my guy.
Okay, Heather, you can...
Leave? Again with that? Then what? You'll kick out Tanya for not respecting the art enough? You're acting real high and mighty today. Darren's already bailed. You don't have anyone left to try and impress.
She says his name with extra vitriol. Something about Darren not being here seems to have sparked an additional ire in Heather, as she harshly tilts her head to the empty seat in the room. Still, she stands and takes the pen out of Millie's hand with one motion. With a flourish, she writes her name on the club attendance sheet on the podium. Heather slams the door behind her on her way out, leaving Millie, Tanya, and I in the wake of tense silence. The rest of the club went by a little smoother, but Tanya was obviously out of it. Millie sprung back surprisingly quickly after Heather's exit, shifting on to a couple of short writing exercises before dropping a group prompt. The three of us, took turns developing a story one paragraph at a time. Mostly, Millie wrote her paragraphs, and while I struggled to do a few lines, Tanya basically gave up after one sentence. Right at the end of the session, Darren texted in several times, apologizing for missing this meeting after a nap gone wrong. On her way out, Tony invited Millie and I out to the bar. Millie declined, so here we are instead. At my apartment. Home.
That's what I said! Can you even believe it?
Mr. Mo purrs pleasantly, sprawling out in Millie's lap, pushing his head into her hand with every pet.
That was...
Bad. Yeah.
She shrugs.
Are you doing okay?
She thinks over the question in her head a few times. Then she rests her head against mine, nuzzling slightly. Her hair is soft and fluffy, plenty of coconut shampoo.
Yeah, actually. I am. It's good to be home.
Her voice melts there as Mr. Mo gives a big yawn. A big yawn and stretches so wide he ends up halfway on her lap in mine. When we left the writing club, she didn't bother writing down a date for the next meeting. At first, instead, we spoke about other things. What to do for lunch. How we'll need to buy paper towels, even just the weather. I settle in closer to Millie and run my hand over Mr. Mo's back, shedding his white fur all over the couch.
Thanks, by the way.
For what?
For bringing the coffee. And even if the meeting itself wasn't great, I still...
She pauses and shakes her head.
I just mean thank you for always doing your best alongside me, too.
If we weren't dating, I'd probably would have come up with a better response to improvise whatever would make a good story, to reply to further our arcs. I'm not actually good at any of that, though. No thought of sharing how happy she makes me, how she gave me the strength, how comfortable this all is sitting together. It melds together into a tangled mess of new emotions that I don't have words for yet.
I love you, Millie.
I love you too, Olive.
A few days later, look at hydrate. And stretch. Despite how I started last semester, I was actually looking forward to classes starting up again. Any sort of return to normalcy after how the holidays went would be welcome. And then the process of getting textbooks started. The library's filled to the brim with students, lugging around piles of books larger than themselves. I was hoping to get ahead of the curve, but it looks like literally every single other student had the same idea. I heave a heavy sigh. My collection of books is modest compared to the last semester's extra workload, but this isn't going to get me out of here any faster. Some students have come to the same grim realization, choosing instead to simply take a seat and wait out the crowd. Thinking that may not be such a terrible idea myself, I start scouring for an available seat. Unfortunately, the tables are just as crowded as the rest of the library, and there's Haley sitting there alone in the corner. It's not alone, she's with... I forgot your name. I want to say Warren, but I'm not sure if that's your name. I eventually find a chair to call my own, with a couple of students having a conversation between themselves at the otherwise empty table. And what an unusual couple of students they are.
Hey, Haley.
I managed to catch her attention despite the best efforts of the hustle and bustle of the library in the background. She leans against the back of her chair, flagging me over.
Feel free to take a seat. We're probably gonna be here a while.
We sure are, Edox. We sure we sure are, Haley. We sure are. Needing no further prompting, I accept her invitation. Placing my stack of books on the table in front of me, as I do, so finally, properly settling in, my attention turns to Haley's conversation partner.
Wallace.
Wallace.
Right. Sorry, it's been a while.
Don't worry. I get you.
Good talk.
You could have worse timing. We were actually just talking about the writing club.
Oh.
Oh?
Oh.
Millie's a friend of mine, so I try to keep an ear on the ground when I can.
No, that's fair.
Which means I know everything about you, obviously.
Yes, everything about... Yes, everything about me. We're good. If I doubted how he and Millie had history, I definitely don't know. They're both so good at effortlessly being terrifying when they want to be.
Relax. It's all positive. Mostly. Though there's bound to be some bias there from Millie's point of view.
As you do. I dig my face further into my scarf.
Anyway, about the club?
It's dying.
Dead in the water, despite my best efforts.
Hi, Heather. Interruption that simultaneously puts the three of us on edge as soon as we place the voice. As if on cue, Heather makes her grand entrance, plopping herself down in the other empty chair beside me, tossing her books haphazardly on the table.
That seat's taken.
Oh, really? By whom?
By literally anyone else.
Ooh, vicious.
Heather brings a hand up, curling it up into a claw before giving a small swipe, all accented by the smirk that's permanently stuck to her face.
I'm like Apple here, just an ordinary member of the writing club. If you're talking about the state of the thing, I think I'm entitled to listen in.
Apple. Apple.
Feel free to listen in. A few tables over. Without the commentary.
You wound me, Wally.
She's managed to put the entire table on lockdown in a matter of seconds. If nothing else, she seems to have a genuine talent for that.
I'm not really in the mood to listen to you brag about how much you screwed the club over.
I did no such thing. My target was exclusively Millie.
Why?
What the... Actually, no. I don't care.
Heather's been keeping the club from closing down behind the scenes, negotiating with the people who manage the budget and stuff.
Yep. A couple of surprised expressions and one scowl at the table. I'm tired of the esoterics, and Heather's lost any kind of goodwill for me a while ago.
Didn't think you had it in you to snitch.
So what? Deal with it, Heather.
Yeah, well, you're constantly finding new ways to surprise me, too.
Ah, yes. Apple, my favorite NB main character. A fate game. 2 creases. Twice crease. Double crease. Double overlay. Duo up. Twice crease. Double overlap. Or just double over yourself.
If that's the case, then what the hell is the point of all this? What's your game?
Heather responds with a scoff, one of the 3 expressions she's able to pull off. Wow! I was surprised if she needed that, if she ended it there. And for a while, it seems like she's going to. But eventually, she finds her words.
I told you exactly why. Millie's the problem, not the club itself.
But what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Without her, there is no club.
Managed just fine without her before, I seem to recall.
I catch myself clenching my fists. How can this woman look so nonchalant when she's sharing a table with 3 people who she can't stand? And who can't stand her as well? I guess this is just a kind of element where she thrives.
So what? You're keeping it around as long as possible and tearing down Millie all the while? That's torture.
This somehow managed to get under Heather's skin when nothing else can. She straightens herself, no longer leaning lazily on the table.
Don't assume things, Brad. I genuinely, sincerely loved that place. I may have only been there for a semester before Millie took over, but it was the best time I had in this hellhole.
She lost herself for a moment, but managed to regain her typical composure. At what felt like just inches away from the peak, she deflates back down, resting her head on the back of her hand.
All she's good at is shoving people away. I'm just trying to return the favor.
For the love of... Heather, we've had this discussion. What do I have to say to convince you it was all just a matter of unfortunate timing? The popular members left, so people followed suit. The only reason I left was because of Eileen and Allison.
I wonder...
Seems to give it genuine thought for a moment. Given that this supposedly isn't a new occurrence, though, I'm not sure how much stock I put in that.
Who knows? Maybe you could have convinced me if it was an isolated incident.
Give me a second, I need to blow my nose. I'm gonna save before I do that, though. Because, you know, saving is important. Give me a minute.
Excuse me?
I remember the overachiever from before she was playing leader. The only time she'd ever skip out on a meet was when her roomie needed something. Pretty much inseparable, as far as I remember.
Hey!
And then I take my little break, and after I return, I'm met with an empty room and a rival club whose leader can't stand Millie. Weird coincidence.
You don't have the right to talk about that. Like, at all.
Even Haley's deadpan nature is starting to crack. I'm not sure how much more I can take of this either. For her to be so wrong on every single front, but anyway to come to terms with it.
Seriously, why do you even care about the actual club? If you're upset about your friends leaving, go get their phone numbers or whatever.
Interesting advice. Have you tried passing it on to your girlfriend too?
I feel a shout rising in my throat, but I managed to restrain it once I remember where we are instead, save for a harsh whisper.
Millie wants the club to succeed because she actually cares about the writing side of things, not because it's where her old buddies chose to crash. Whatever twisted common ground you think you two have, you don't. If the club eventually goes under, Millie will still have people who care about her. You could have said the same if you chose to try and reach out to your friends instead of dedicating your life to spiting her for half a year.
The 4 of us go silent, allowing ourselves to drown the chatter of the crowded library. I keep waiting for anyone else to kick up another argument, but the only other noise that comes from any of us are Heather's fingers tapping lightly against one of the text's covers. Eventually, our unwelcome guest finally picks herself up, throwing her books under her arm.
Well, I'm tired of sitting around. See at least one of you losers later.
So none of that stuck, huh? Well, whatever. 3 of us, eager to see her go, watch in unison as she disappears from sight before properly breathing a sigh of relief.
I can't stand her.
No kidding.
I pinched the bridge in my nose as I glanced over at the seat she had only recently been occupying. The only thing on my mind being the hope that I haven't made things harder for Millie. A few days later, at nighttime, in our home. Hello. Hello, Mr. Mom.
Didn't you already eat?
Don't believe his lies. If he tricks you even once, it'll be months before you get any peace.
Mr. Mo stares at us, stares at me, his eyes wide as saucers. He stretches out his body long enough to knead at my socks before rolling over on his stomach.
You look so hungry, though.
He ate.
I'm wasting away.
Millie, help me, I'm wasting
You're doing voices for him?
Millie! Mother, Millie!
I just need a little extra wet food to make it through the night.
Millie!
Olive.
Sorry, buddy. Looks like she's willing to let you starve.
Doctor's orders, Mo.
She jingles a little toy in his direction, a red shrimp filled with catnip and a bell tied around its tail. It hits the ground with a feeble chime. Mr. Mo stares at the toy for a solid minute, before making a slow, pathetic leap at it. His attempts are swindling a second dinner forgotten.
You can't be such a pushover with him. That's why he's, medically speaking, rotund.
Rotund. Medically speaking, rotund. Medically speaking, rotund.
I won't go against his diet plan. Don't worry.
Rotund. He's rotund. You see that? He's rotund. Rotund.
I will feel extremely bad about it, though.
Millie gives a resigning sigh. Rotund.
Me too. But as his parents, we have to be strong.
I'll try.
Rotund. Mr. Mo completes his hunt successfully, laying on top of his toy and purring loudly in the corner of the room.
As his parents, huh?
I look at the loaf, half asleep. Half asleep, his palm hidden beneath his blanket of fur. Millie shifts next to me, adjusting her braid and laughing, color reaching her face.
Sorry, was that weird to say? I just meant since we're both taking care of him and...
I hit a button.
living together and dating.
Rotund. Her face lights up with red, and she flexes her fingers slightly as she mutters under her breath, counting.
We've jumped ahead a lot of steps before we've even, well, anything, haven't we?
We're moved in together, that's for sure. We sure are going real fast. We skipped stage 20.
Sorry, ignore my earlier question. It's definitely weird.
Nah, it's fine.
It's fine. I don't mind. At all. I was just thinking it's cute.
Cute?
What do you mean before we're even anything, though? We have been dating for a few months.
That doesn't count. I mean, like, well, we've been living together before we've even been on a date. A proper one.
Whatever. A proper date. In all of our escape plans, Millie had mentioned a lot of dates I was taking her on. To the zoo, to the movies, to a book signing event, even to more obscure places like an espresso tasting tour. It seems silly in retrospect that having a traditional romance was part of our whole act. Yet, neither of us really seem to care about it. At least from what Millie's told me, it's just something that she thinks makes a good story. Still, may as well do things the right way. Little steps at a time.
Let's have a date tonight.
Millie blinked, surprised by my sudden introduction of plans for the evening. Butterflies flipped in my stomach. The ability to say romantic things came easily when it was pretend and has remained natural now that it's real, but the sudden overwhelming shyness is impossible to power through. I instinctively adjust my glasses just a little too long to hide my face.
Oh, not that I don't want to, of course, but we don't have to do this tonight just because I brought it up.
No, we're doing it tonight.
It's not just that. I want to have a date with you. I just realized I should have suggested it earlier.
A smile finds its way to Millie's face. She leans back against the nearby counter, tilting her head to the side as she thinks.
Where should we go then?
Not many places are open that night, right? I'll go to the clock on the wall. It's alright, creeping close to 4.
It'd probably be hard to get any last-minute reservations now, huh?
Not that we could afford anywhere fancy anyway.
Let's go to the Bell House.
Fake dating was really the best in that regard. Your dad must have thought I'm loaded with all the nights out we had.
Maybe we could do something here?
Here? In the apartment?
This shitty place? With the broom in the corner? And an electric kettle? And a dirty ass fucking plate on the table? Why is that dirty plate still there? How long has it been there? That dirty ass plate.
Are you sure you don't want to go out anywhere or anything?
Is that okay?
Yeah, I'd love to. I just figured you'd be more into, you know, bigger things.
Fake girlfriend Millie's tastes are a lot more expensive than mine. It's way harder to argue with someone who has plans to go out than it is to ask them to put off a cozy movie night.
It's been there for years. Years?
It's the most right I've felt in years.
I guess I was a little bit off. Still, a cozy date night sounds like a dream.
Then, at least let me prepare dinner for us. It's finally our first date, what the readers have been waiting for. I have to set the tone for the rest of the story and all that.
Yeah, it's the first. It's what we've been waiting for. It's what we've been waiting for.
I felt like I didn't want it to end. All
All
of
of
it.
it.
The Costco, being here on the hill, being with the 4 of you. It's what I've been hoping for so long. You guys don't even know. It's the most right I've felt in years.
It's what the readers have been waiting for. It's what the readers are waiting for so long, Millie. The readers have been waiting for this for so long, Millie. The readers.
Oh, you're such a romantic.
The readers. The readers, Possum. The readers have been waiting for this. The readers! Millie fixes a stray piece of hair in the same movement, looking herself over. Her brows knit together before she quickly bounces back to the present, giving me a heart-skipping smile.
Well, I think I'll take the opportunity to go get us some refreshments. See you in an hour or two?
Sounds perfect.
How long does it take you to get refreshments? An hour or two? Okay then. Why? Reasons? Millie begins gathering things, flitting from one shelf to the next as she grabs small trinkets she's left around the apartment. From her phone to her wallet to her keys, she bounces to and fro, putting them into her pockets. In the meantime, I start rummaging through my fridge, trying to put a meal together in my head as I go. I hear Millie give Mr. Mo pets to tell him not to beg me any scraps while I'm cooking. After that, she leaves the absence of the sound of the door not locking reminds me once more that I need to get her a key. Pulling out a selection of ingredients from the fridge, I get to work. The aroma of garlic, onion, and bell pepper wafts throughout the kitchen as the vegetables complete cooking in a splash of seasoned olive oil. The shrimp cooked on the side just in case, swim in a mixture of lemon juice and salt, their color almost a beautiful pink. Already a beautiful pink. I dump the fettuccine into the colander set up in the sink. Ducking my head away from the steam as it billows out, I am blinded by the steam. Mr. Mo yowls and protests at my feet, the scent of seafood reminding him of how he's only eaten 3 bowls of food so far. The food sizzles with renewed vigor as I put the leftover water and noodles from the vegetables, stirring it together as I move the pan across the flame. I season the food all together once more, adding a bit more lemon juice as a final touch before covering the pan with a lid and turning the heat down low.
Whew.
As confident as I am in this sort of cooking, the only other person I've tried cooking for, not just as a job, has been my mom. Even then, it's usually the same few recipes that I already know she enjoys. For Millie, it's just kind of a leap. A mindful one, I hope, but a leap nonetheless. As much as she's commented on wanting more seafood and how much she loves pasta, it's entirely possible she's not a fan of shrimp or bell peppers or even lemon. Still, my gut says that she'll like it. In a move completely unlike me, I've decided to trust it. I wiped the sweat off my forehead. The setup was pretty quick, taking me less time than I expected. Checking my phone, there's no word from Millie either.
I wonder if I still have those candles Mom left.
Ooh, candles. I'm sure I have something to decorate with. Despite my mom's best attempts to get me to brighten up the place, I've been storing all the trappings into the hall closet and promising to get to it later. Better now than never, I suppose.
Well, I did my best, Mr. Mo. What do you think?
I want more food. I'm hungry. Give me scraps.
Thanks.
The placemats at the table are definitely spring themed. Pastel flowers and sun rays adorning the entire design. The candles are some cheap tea lights my mom left me for the holidays last year. And the only plates I have look lifted out of the early 80s. The fairy lights around the room at least provide a nice ambiance, sparse as they are. I have enough time to change my mind about it. Millie is feeling a rhythmic knock sounds from the door before she enters. It's unlocked, state the norm for now.
I'm home.
I'm wearing glasses.
Welcome back.
I turn around and, to my surprise, a bespectacled Millie closed the door behind me. Behind her. Behind me? Behind her. Behind all of us. She self-consciously adjusts her glasses when she meets my gaze, quickly breaking eye contact and darting her gaze towards the floor.
Those contacts have been giving me a headache for ages. Figured now's as good a time as any to make a change, even if I look dorky.
Dorky, huh?
Wow, rude. With an exaggerated frown, I take off my glasses and turn them over in my hands as if contemplating their destruction. Millie smiles. Maybe. It's hard to see. And swipes them from out of my hands before placing them back on my face. Millie smiles. Maybe. It's hard to see. It's hard to see. I can't see shit.
They look a lot better on you.
I see. What a shame. Guess I'm just a dork by nature.
You know that's not what I mean.
At least I have Mr. Mo. He would never criticize me.
Right?
I assure you his meows at mealtime are not very kind.
Oh. Turns to the table and brings the brown bag on top, unfolding it in one smooth movement. Mr. Movement. It reveals two slices of cake, each with a glazed strawberry and vanilla buttercream.
Ta-da! I brought dessert. They're from a bakery by my dad's shop. I couldn't let you have all the fun putting our date together.
But I made dessert. Did what? I made dessert. What the fuck? Imagine. And as she says that, she does look around the room, her eyes basically shining. As unimpressive as I thought it was, Millie exhales a content sigh.
You really went all out, huh?
I wish I could do more. Can I take your jacket?
Can I take your jacket?
Actually, could you turn around?
What is that supposed to mean?
Huh?
Just for a minute. This is all so nice and thoughtful. At least let me have this.
Okay. My heart leaps out of my chest as Am I supposed to react to that? I forgot to speak. Instead, I managed to a stiff nod and turn around and close my eyes there for good measure. I heard the sound of her jacket buttons unclipping and realizing as she moves out the coat hanger that she must be wearing heels. After a few more moments in shuffling, she clears her throat.
Okay, ready.
Millie smiles before me, her eyes lightening up. the reflections of the candles on the table next to us, and the strong twinkle lights above us. Her braid is twisted slightly, resting just behind her. And a loose bundle and framed her face, filling her face with a few loose strands.
I'm really excited for our date tonight. Thank you for setting it up for us.
You're gorgeous.
Olive, thank you. I stopped home to... Well, I just wanted to...
She blushes, shaking her head and slightly squeezing my hands.
Shall we?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not specifically the dress, or her hair, or even her glasses. As Millie is performing, it's the air of confidence and comfort that I've never seen that is making her so beautiful. There's a comfort and relaxation to it all, despite all the occasion. I think and hope Millie feels it too. Hi! Bye! Hi, Squid Girl! Bye, Squid Girl! Have fun with your food! As romantic as the night is, something about being able to share an evening together so intentionally and together is more important than any other reason. I pulled the chair for her and sat across from her at the table. Without further ado, I serve our plates and we have our first dinner date. Excuse off real work.
I'm so full. That was amazing. Thank you for cooking.
It was my pleasure. I definitely overate too.
We share a small groan and laugh. The outside air is refreshing, cold but not insufferable. And after eating our weight in pasta, Millie suggested we walk it off. The night is filled with lights from leftover holiday decorations and street lamps, and yet it's like we're the only two people in the world.
So, how's everything?
Is that an attempt at small talk?
Maybe.
Only if you want it to be.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. She goes walking in a bit close to me. I extend a hand to her, which she takes, swinging it between us with each step.
Well, I don't know if I have a single word for it. It's like at Christmas when I saw the painting. Everything that was held together like a house of cards just sort of collapsed. Everything that's happened after, you finding me, us moving in together, and now our date, it feels like it's building back up.
She pauses long enough for me to be unsure that she's going to continue. In the distance, the plaza lights are coming to view, filling the horizon with a warm glow.
Can I ask what you mean exactly? Oh, what's being built back up, I mean.
Normalcy?
Stability, I guess.
She looks up, towards the sky. I follow her gaze, trying to see whatever she sees. The stars aren't really visible. They never are, not here. Only a few bright ones manage to peek through the pollution of light and clouds. And the rest are airplanes or radio towers flying by.
Ever since my mom passed, I've always felt unbalanced. Like I was this close to falling one way or another. She was my rock. Every morning we had breakfast together. Every night we read together, and And one day she was gone. I didn't know what to do or who I was, except that I wanted to be a writer someday, so I focused on my education. I poured all of my heart into my schoolwork, even though, honestly, I'm just not very good at it. It's only through hours and hours of hard work and tears that I am where I am now. It's why I was drawn to you.
My pathetic performance in school was a positive.
No, not exactly. I know what it's like to feel like everything is crashing down, and so much of this doesn't come naturally. It's a lot. But I always had caprice. Honestly, if you'd chosen the art club, you might have been in better hands.
I never imagined you would struggle with that kind of thing.
It comes in waves. It was really hard in middle school, but I managed to find a way to power through. Even when I didn't want her to, Caprice had been pushing me forward, helping me study and still find the time and energy to pursue writing.
But then, the engagement happened.
Exactly. I felt like I had made a terrible mistake because I realized just how much I had relied on her. I love her, I do. She's my sister, whether her parents got married or not. I wish she understood that, but she either can't or won't. But Olive, with you, I feel like we're in this together. I helped you get through writing, sure, but that's all it was. All of your accomplishments are still your own. I felt like I owed every single one of my own dreams and successes to someone else. Do you get what I mean?
I think so.
In a way, at least. I don't think... No. I know I couldn't have passed that semester without you there. But I don't think that was a bad thing. You were there when I needed you. I felt relieved when you asked me to help you get some space once in a while. It was like I could finally return the favor in some way.
The plaza was quiet, and a dusting of snow was falling, melting as soon as it reaches the ground.
Don't even matter.
You've always been my sister. Haven't I been yours? You hate the idea that much?
I tried to read her expression. Her eyes are warm, but that lingering sadness I've come to know has returned. I want to backpedal, to tell her that she'll never need to worry about owing someone else anything. But it's not true. I owe her so much of where I am to her, to her professors, to my mom.
We're supposed to help each other. That's all I mean. Your confidence and energy, finding yourself, that makes me so happy. I just still want you to be able to turn to me because I love you.
I'm not easy to have as a partner, you know. I need time to work things out, to think them through. I don't always know what I want.
I'll wait for you. I hope you believe me when I say I love you for who you are. I love you enough to trust you'll tell me when you're ready.
My heart skips in my chest as the thought. It's easy to say, but I understand what she's coming from. It's scary to allow someone to be loved. To allow yourself to be loved, especially when it requires effort and inconsistency. Inconvenience and inconsistencies. Like my ability to read is inconsistent as fuck. But through Millie, I've come to understand that having someone you love burden you as a gift, I want to rely on me. I want to rely on her too.
Is dating me what you want right now?
I don't know what I want. I just know it's not this. I try to ask this delicately, to make sure we came together at a tumultuous time, and I want her to know more than anything that it's okay if she feels otherwise.
It is.
She responds softly, but the dedication in her words leaves no room for doubts.
I love you, Olive. I want to think about everything we've spoken about. But I at least want you to know I'm very happy spending our time together like this. I'm happy with you.
I'm happy with you too.
Can I,
Sure. She stops herself, glancing away. The giant haunted tree behind us illuminates her with a golden light.
Can I kiss you?
Her unfinished question finds its way to me. She turns to me in surprise and nods, color reaching her face.
please do.
I feel her lace her fingers together. Our fingers together. The hands we've been holding for each other all this time. I cup her face with my free hand, and she leans in, our foggy breath mixing in the space between us. A proper kiss. The idea rings in my head. My lips reach hers in a movement I've been thinking about ever since our encounter in the library. And with our connection, she squeezes my hand in hers. I like you can actually see when I go to do things. I open the fucking screen. You actually know when I'm taking a screenshot because I have to actually. Since I play in windowed mode, I want like the full highest resolution. I open the menu, go to full screen, exit the menu. The game is cut off because it's in full screen instead of window mode. Now, it's very funny. It's very fucking funny, you know, just the... There's so many steps, and then Mari's is just the fucking window sound. You just hear the window sound from Mari. The hilarity of screenshotting. Our first date comes to an end. Even if we don't have all the answers, or know exactly what tomorrow will bring, I know we love each other. That's more than enough. The next day, snow covers the ground, but the weather feels pleasant, relatively speaking. At the very least, it's warm enough to warrant an early morning drive, so I wasn't too surprised when Millie originally pitched the idea. My concerns rose slightly when she grabbed her mom's journal on the way out the door, and then again when it became obvious where we were going. Junebug comes to stop off the side of the road, puttering as her engine comes to a rest.
We're here.
We hold hands as we slowly make our way across the bridge, both as an act of intimacy as well as a means to share our warmth. In Millie's other hand is her journal, clutched tightly. Around the halfway point or so, she releases my hand and turns out the horizon, leaning against the railing after gently brushing some snow off its dancing, off into the dancing lights of the water below. She does the same for a portion of the railing beside her, and I take it as a silent invitation to join her. She turns to me and smiles as I take my place beside her, but quickly turns her attention back to her book, tracing the star on the cover with her fingers.
Sorry for dragging you out here. I've been thinking.
Takes a small breath to give herself the energy to finish her thought.
Well, there's an entry in Mom's journal I'd really like to share with you, and I wanted a clear head to do it.
She turns once more to me, asking for consent to continue with her eyes.
Are you sure?
More sure than I've been about a lot of things recently.
She continues to stare at me. It's only after a few moments I realize she's waiting for confirmation. I oblige with a small nod, and not long after, she pulls herself up from the railing before opening her journal, the page she had bookmarked.
Page 61. When it's time to let go. I've left a lot of hopes and wishes for you in these pages, but this one is extra important. Sometimes in your life, and sometime soon, you'll realize that things that once made you happy simply don't anymore. When moments like this happen, I want you to know it's okay to let go. In fact, you should. The longer you hold on to a long-faded feeling of joy, the more you'll start to tie it to the bad feelings it's giving you. So let it go. Let it stay a happy memory, locked in time. Revisit it whenever you want. Just remember that building new experiences on top isn't the same as burying it, okay?
A content sigh leaves her lips as she finishes the final sentence. Her eyes never once leave the page, though.
I wrote a response to her here at the bottom.
What'd you write?
I could never move on from you.
Oh. Did she ever write back?
She shakes her head, though the movement is so subtle, it barely registers as much.
I wrote it after she left us.
Oh, Millie. Every part of me feels compelled to do something. Grab on her hand, pull her close. Anything to narrow the distance between us in this moment. Instead, nothing. Staying locked in place, and she hers.
I've read every page of this front to back hundreds of times. I could recite every word of hers by heart. These past few days, though, I find myself revisiting this entry, time and time again. I've read every word, but registered almost none of it, really.
Finally turns her gaze back to me, smiling sweetly. Where I expect to find sadness, I find none. Her face instead reflecting a kind of peace I don't think I've ever seen her show. I want to respond, but find myself just as paralyzed as I was before. I'm not entirely sure where she had intended to take this. The silence doesn't seem to faze her, gently closing her journal before digging into her pocket for her phone. She pulls it out and immediately starts tapping away with her free hand. Not long after, my phone starts buzzing in several small bursts. Millie looks at me expectantly, and I hesitantly check my phone as, well, a feeling of unease overtaking me as I wonder what I'm going to be met with. Oh, everyone's sorry for the lack of communication lately. I've got an announcement to make regarding the writing club. Our next meeting is scheduled for this coming Thursday, and it'll be our last. Thanks for understanding. I hope to see everyone there and send the club off. My heart, everything is stuck in my throat, drops deep down in my stomach. The club, in my time knowing it at least, was always been in a dire situation. But I wanted to believe we could make it work. She deserved that, at least.
Millie, you don't have to.
It's okay, Olive. Really.
Joins me back on the railing, completely unfazed by the bombshell she herself just dropped.
The time between the last meeting and now has been the happiest I've felt in a while. And I've been thinking a lot about if it was worth trying to keep it going. I've decided I think I'm ready to let go. Of this, at least. It's time.
I grip at the railing, even as my fingers protest against the freezing steel.
I really wanted it to work.
At this, she takes a small step towards me, close enough to have our shoulders touch.
I know. Thank you for believing till the very end. It means more than you know.
She turns my shoulder, prompting me to meet her eyes.
I know this is the right thing to do, and I feel good about the decision right now. But I know the day of is going to be tough. I hope I can count on you then as much as I have been lately.
For the first time all day, I knew exactly what to say.
And every day after.
She breathes a quiet laugh, nods her head, and leans in for a kiss in response. A few days later, on Thursday, the final meeting of the writing club is an unsurprisingly solemn affair. The energy Millie had on display on our first meeting is all but spent, and the others don't have much to say on the matter. One thing that struck me, though, is that it's a full house. Relatively, anyway. Everyone managed to make it. Something I haven't seen in who knows how long. Not much writing talk happens. It'd been usual if that wasn't the case. I suppose it's a quick get-together. Mostly a formal announcement of the closure. It's just as quick as it began, it ends. As the three make their exit, Tanya and Darren sharing their condolences and goodbyes. The entire meeting adopts the feeling of a funeral more than an extracurricular activity. Millie and I stand together, hovering around the door for a while. Millie oddly playing with the room's keys.
Well, we should start packing things up.
We can stick around a while longer if you'd like.
No, best not to dwell.
Please dwell if it'll make you feel better. Dwell as long as you need to. My silent hopes go unanswered as she makes her way to her desk. begins rattling her notes away. I follow suit, my books and folders, stuffing my books and folders in my bag. As we've been organizing our stuff, we're both given quite a jump as the old door creaks open again. I turn on and am met with the one thing I absolutely did not want to see.
Still at it,
We're packing the fuck up, you know, our job. The last thing Millie needs right now is an extra heaping of salt in the wound.
Get lost.
Relax. I won't be around long, I assure you.
Did you leave something behind?
In a manner of speaking, I suppose.
She wastes no time sauntering her way to the front desk, opposite to Millie. She rests her palms on its surface, leaning in, staring into Millie's eyes.
I tried so hard to get rid of you.
Hey.
You were nice enough, if a bit starry-eyed at the start. As another cog in the machine, you were harmless. But then I duck out. Not for long, just half a year to change my career path and take a break from it all. Not a big deal. At least when I got back, I'd have a home to return to.
Heather.
And when I finally returned, all the people who made this tolerable were gone. In their place was the new queen, sitting atop her throne in her empty castle.
After semesters of feigning patience and taking all of Heather's vileness on the chin, Millie's face finally starts to crack. Facade.
People transferred out and followed their friends. What did you want me to do?
It's a big moment, or at least a cathartic one. But Heather won't allow herself to be vanquished by something so authentic and sincere. She still wears that smug little smile, like everything is always going her way, even as the club she fought so hard to preserve dies.
Leave.
Would you just stop?
No matter how much I try to ramp up the sternness of my tone, it's as if I don't exist in her world right now. I desperately want to drag her from the desk, and it's becoming harder to resist the urge.
If you were out of the picture, I could pry the club from your hands and try to salvage it. It felt like the only thing I could do for the people who left me behind.
That's what I...
Yep, and you failed. You tried so hard to. But the deck was stacked against you, and I can say that as one of the cards. But you still failed.
Even from across the room, I can see the tears starting to form in Millie's eyes as Heather confronts her with her states of things. That serves as my breaking point as I start to make my way up to the front.
I'm sorry.
Nope, I'm not done. The club is gone, and the second you lock those doors, all the memories and friends made here will be null and void. It will have amounted to nothing. This place that we fought over, stressed about, made each other miserable for. It's gone. I should be angry.
Yet?
I should be cursing your name up and down the halls by now. Do you understand me? It would be the right thing to do. Because it's what you deserve for screwing up everything.
What?
Alright, I've heard enough.
That's funny, because I don't think I was talking to you.
And I don't remember asking.
Olive, it's fine.
I was supposed to get interrupted, but not by Millie. The shock of it is enough to stop me in my tracks immediately.
Heather.
I wasn't
Olive and I are dating. Do you think we don't talk? All of this. Everything. You keeping the club going despite everything, trying to drag people away from it all the while, all that talk about the old guard that you know isn't true. None of it makes sense. Everything you say, everything you do contradicts itself. But I get it.
Heather and I share a dumbstruck expression. Though I imagine it's for different reasons.
You're grieving. You've been grieving. The world doesn't make sense, and it feels impossible to try and fix that. It's so easy to lash out. It's even easier to make up a villain in your head and focus all that frustration on them. Even if it's someone you care about. The person you want to lean on more than anyone else, but just can't.
I promise you, you're entirely off base there.
Trust me, I'm aware.
A huff from Heather in response to Millie's snark. Part of me wants to laugh, but the desire to let Millie continue outweighs that. She's talking to herself, which is Heather at this point, and I can only hope she's listening.
My point being, I guess, is that, well, I'm not a very interesting antagonist, and you're a pretty boring villain. The club both of us were stressing out about for so long is gone. It stings right now, but I'm gonna try my hardest to put it behind me the second I walk out that door. For better or worse, this dynamic we have, it's just not worth it anymore. There's no end goal to it.
A short sigh, followed by a long pause.
I'm choosing to just take this weight off my shoulders and just try to remember what fond memories I made here. I'm not going to tell you to do the same, but I highly recommend it.
Heather maintains her position for what feels like minutes, managing to not once break eye contact with Millie. Eventually, though, she cracks as her elbow starts to bend.
I am not gonna apologize for how I treated either of you. I don't care. But if you wanted to reach out later, I'll lend you an ear.
Millie's smile was one of her bright smiles. After what feels like so long, it comes as a relief to me to see it again.
I appreciate that, Heather. If it's all the same, though, I'd prefer to never see you again.
Despite the words, her tone is free from any malice or sarcasm. Instead, it's presented as a warm farewell. Heather sharply matches it. Shockingly.
That works for me. See you around then, Millie. It's been fun.
Agree to disagree.
With a smile and smirk, it's hard to tell. Heather finally lifts herself from the desk towards the door, but not before turning my way one last time.
I think I finally see what you like about her.
Could have gone worse. Listen to what Heather has to say. Best befriend? ? Heather.
Glad to hear it. See you never.
See you never. I don't like Heather. I don't think I ever will like Heather. I don't like Heather. I don't think I ever will like Heather. Fortunately, I don't think she cares if she's liked or not. I don't think she cares about being hated either. I don't like Heather. I don't think I ever will like Heather. I don't like. I don't like Heather. I don't think I fucking will like her. God fucking cares. I don't think she cares. If anything, she was a victim of circumstances. There was something she loved, and for reasons outside of her or anyone else's control, it was taken away. She fought, and it all amounted to what was lashed out. All she wanted was for things to go back to normal, for her friends to come back, and for the writing club to be happy, to be the happy family it once was. But it can't. It never can. So, life goes on. For us, and with any luck, Heather too. I don't like Heather. I don't think I will like her. A couple days later. Days like this have started to feel normal. Almost mundane.
Tortilla soup for dinner.
With club meetings no longer taking up our evenings, Millie sits on the couch and chips away at a novel she picked up from the library while I prepare our dinner after a typical day of classes.
Tortilla soup for dinner tonight. How much chili powder am I adding?
What the fuck is tortilla soup?
None whatsoever, thanks.
Oh no, she's white! Just like you said last time, Possum. Millie's whiteness. It's rubbing off on Olive. She's become like Millie. She's become so much like Millie. You'll never live that down. So much so that I have a screenshot of it. Oh no, she's been infected with the Millie disease. The Millie disease is whiteness. They! It's hard not to laugh at her flat dismissal from across the room. Not even missing a beat. I sprinkle in the bare minimum I can to prevent it from tasting entirely flat. I can only hope she'll forgive me later for adding a bit of chili powder. Even though she's wet as fuck! And the stairway, the quiet both of us have been enjoying is interrupted by the phone ringing in the counter. I scoop it up with my free hand, eyeing the sender's name with some... not a surprise.
It's Haley.
It's Haley. That's enough to get Millie's attention in earnest. Closing her book and making her way to my side, intent on listening in. Once she's situated to her liking, I press the button and hit the call through.
Haley, been a minute. Oh, what's up?
Hey, sorry if this is sudden. I've been trying not to pry.
Thank you. The pace is noticeably faster than her typical lethargic delivery.
I haven't seen much of Millie since the holidays, and neither of them have talked to me about it. I know it's not technically my business, but I can't stand being in the dark about this any longer.
I got to my girlfriend. The guilt in her face makes it obvious enough that she got that.
She's fine if that's what you wanted to know. It's not really my place to talk about their home life if they haven't, though.
Fair.
I understand.
She's given up on trying to keep her tone subtle and mounting frustration becoming all too obvious.
Have you tried talking to Millie about this at all?
I can make out an unamused snort on the other end.
As if she's actually spoken to me in forever.
There's a silence over the phone that's impossible for me to fully read.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking about her like that. Least of all to you. Forget I even called.
It's okay.
Even the call ending interrupts me before I have the chance to finish. I bring the phone down from my ear and briefly inspect the screen to make sure I didn't accidentally hang up. Nope. Just her. Well. A small unexpected laugh from Millie pulls my eyes upwards again. She shakes her head and waves. The smile on her face doesn't reach her eyes, but isn't entirely sad either. A silent display of acceptance and remorse all at once.
I was just realizing how right she was. I've been giving both of them the cold shoulder for too long.
She takes a step closer and stirs the soup. I've been preparing for Ross, making me realize I had been leaving it unattended during the call.
Are you okay with taking a drive tonight?
Yes. Let's go. Millie shuffles into her former apartment, with me following as close as I can, shutting the door behind us as we make our way inside from the cold. Haley is loitering around the living room, not doing anything in particular, outside of waiting for us to arrive. It seems Millie called her back not long after our earlier conversation, finally ready to talk things out. As part of Millie's impromptu peace talks, I have a couple Tupperware containers worth of soup for Haley and Caprice. Hello. I come bringing peace offerings of semi, not really spicy, but kind of spicy soup. Cause Millie is fucking white and can't spice. The spiciest thing in her life is me. Haley's portion has her name written on the side. I added a little extra kick to it based on what I know of her preferences. Haley gives me a curious look as I carefully set them down on the counter. Her life is me! Look here, Possum. Am I wrong? Am I, Olive, not the spiciest thing in this white girl's life, this white woman's life? I'm pretty sure I am the most spiciest thing in her goddamn life. So, I don't think I'm pretty sure I'm goddamn correct. No, the spiciest thing is the fanfic she's writing. I see, that also is fair. Millie gives me a curious look as I carefully set them down on the counter.
Thought you might appreciate an actual dinner. No chance they're already frozen over, but a couple minutes in the microwave won't hurt.
Fuck yeah.
Thanks.
No problem.
It's the least we can do after all the stress I've been causing you lately.
Millie takes a breath before continuing.
Is Caprice going to be okay with leaving her room? I'd like to talk to both of you, if possible.
Millie waits for a response, but only a silence follows. She's not here. Where is she? I don't know. After seeing the awkward silence for a second too long, Millie leans to look past her friend down the hall.
Well, I'll go ask her directly then.
Millie speaks in a hushed tone, not wanting to subject her discussion to be bothered. It's loud enough for Haley to hear, though, and her eyes immediately snap back to Millie.
Caprice isn't here.
Oh.
Huh?
Yeah, she dyed her hair. She is, in fact, back home, where her hair dyed. That or with Mike, where her hair dyed. I don't fucking know. Millie's eyes couldn't widen any more than they wouldn't before. Than they wouldn't now. Why did I fucking say that so late? I said it right the first time. Would. Millie's eyes couldn't widen any more than they widen now. The various little things she wanted to discuss leave her mind, replaced only by a single question.
What do you mean she's not here?
I mean, she's not here. I don't know what part of that is open to interpretation.
What do you mean you're at soup? I mean, I'm at soup! Millie's inner peace that she'd spent the last couple of weeks nursing and restoring shatters in an instant, eyes darting back and forth while she tries to formulate her words.
I mean, where is she? Do you know? Why didn't you say anything?
Haley's eyes narrow and her features tug downwards. I reach for Millie's hand in instinct to both try and calm her down as well as just remind her that I'm still here.
Her mom's place.
Okay,
I thought the total lack of communication is why you came here. When have you given me a chance to tell you anything?
Charlie's good.
The back half of Haley's statement didn't even make it to Millie's train of thought. Likely for the best.
Sorry to drag you around town, Olive, but we're going to pay her a visit. Haley, would you come with?
Wait. Slow down a sec. Take a breath. Trying to corner her without warning won't do anyone any good right now.
She practically jumps out of her skin as I interrupt her stream of thoughts. She pauses and forces herself to inhale. trying her best to collect herself again. Haley is fucking pissed. Never mind. She's no longer fucking pissed. She's now back to indifference as usual. What? After an exhale, instead of addressing either of us, she instead reaches into her coat pocket, into her coat for her phone, dials someone up and puts it on speaker as it rings, pacing back and forth as Haley and I watch on.
Millie?
Hi, Wallace.
Wallace, hi. I wanted to ask about Caprice, if you don't mind.
I've actually been meaning to ask you about her myself. Now's as good a time as any to trade notes.
She's not... Oh, yes. She's doing the same thing that the other route did, except, doesn't have Olive.
Ask me about what?
Oh, well, just wondering how things have been. None of us have seen her for a while.
She's in fact doing the same thing that she did in other route, but no Olive. She, in fact, did not do this.
I tried, Olive.
How long is a while?
We had a meeting right before the semester started up again, but she got up and left abruptly. That's the last we've heard from her.
What?
Before the semester started? So, a matter of weeks?
Yeah. Hasn't called any meetings. Hell, hasn't even responded when we got together and invite her ourselves. Eileen, of all people, is getting worried at this point.
Millie's pacing stops. Her back to us.
I see.
You know if she's okay? Figure you'd know better than any of us.
I really wish that were true. She's safe, at least. I'll let you know once I hear anything past that.
Okay. Make sure you look after yourself, too. Later, Mills.
With a blip, Wallace is gone. Millie stands in place long after she hangs up, not even finding the willpower to turn around.
Has she been gone all this time?
Yeah, that more or less matches up with when she left.
Whoops. Millie finally turns around, dragging her feet back over to us, before eventually burying her face in her hands and speaking through them.
I'm so sorry. I never meant to leave you alone all this time. I didn't realize... I didn't even give you a chance to tell me what with my behavior. I didn't even text. I'm so sorry.
Hey, come on. This isn't about me.
This isn't about me. I'm just here, being different as usual. Millie looks up from her hands, the stress of her face plain.
It's about you as much as anyone else. Both of us have put so much on you, and I was just off living blissful ignorance while you two were suffering alone. I can't say enough, Haley. God, Caprice.
Haley sighs. Something about how simple it seems to register in Millie's head as a way to say, okay, slow down. Most things about Haley do, really.
You're here now, right?
Friendship. Sorry. I know it's something fucking hurt. I know it's something sad and like heartwarming, but fucking just standing there. So, just oh, just standing. Just fucking. Oh, fucking. The fucking pan up to Olive just standing there. With the most deadpan expression ever. Just fucking. The fucking pan up to just Olive. Just her face. Just the. Oh, fuck. That's way too funny. I found that way too fucking funny. Oh my fucking... Oh my... Ow, my... non-existent abs. Ah. Just standing there, smiling. But like... Oh, fuck. Just... Oh my god. Oh, what are you doing? Just standing there. It's been 15 minutes. Oh my god. Oh. Thank you, Possum. Don't mind me. I'm just standing here, menacingly. She steps forward and embraces her friend as Millie's tears start in earnest. I gently take a step closer, rubbing her back alongside Haley's hug. just the pan up, just Olive's face, just there. It's just there.
You needed some time to get to this point.
Yeah.
The three of us stay there until Millie's cries turn to sniffles, then eventually back to a calm silence.
I'll do my best to fix things the right way.
That's all I ever wanted from you two.
Haley's smile was totally unrestrained, no longer trying to hide her emotions as it grows even wider across her face.
Remember that Caprice deserves a hug like this too.
Oh, she'll get one. She will get one. I've seen it.
I will.
I've seen it.
Of course.
Don't worry, I've seen it. She got the Caprice has the. I've seen it. She has the hug. I've seen it. A couple days later. This is what I was expecting. Okay, this is what I was expecting. I was expecting here. This is what I was expecting. This place and not the other place. Because why would they only make one for Ms. Shorten? Charlie is Shorten. Millie and I sit together at the couch. Millie lost in a book while I try my best to enjoy the quiet atmosphere with her. At this point, it's nothing out of the ordinary from how we've been spending our evenings. Never. Except this isn't our couch, and her book isn't the usual mystery novel. She's buried herself in its pages, her face hidden by the cover. The now all too familiar shooting star. I'm not sure if it's frantically searching for an answer to some unspoken question, or merely to distract herself from our situation. Probably some mix of the two. Almost as soon as we got back home from visiting Haley, Millie started making calls, first to her dad, and then, after Caprice refused to pick up, to Charlie. A simple request. To try again. To speak honestly and openly, leaving nothing on the table. Not really a complex plan, but it was enough to win the two over. Not that I doubt they'd have accepted anyway. The only uncertainty left is Caprice. But Charlie assured Millie that she'd do her best to bring her along. The Clark house is exactly how I remember leaving it. Stressful silence included. The tree's still up. Guess Mike hasn't had the time, motivation, to tear it down yet. Plus, it's a lot easier to reuse assets, you know? Why draw a whole new asset of a single room without a tree, and when you can save space and storage, and just reuse assets in your video games? Mike's off in the kitchen working on something or the other, faint chopping sounds being the only other noise in the large house. 3 knocks on the door break us from our respective trances. I look behind me to watch as Mike makes his way to the front of the house, then turn back once to Millie's hand, finding mine, giving it a tight squeeze. She doesn't make eye contact, still hiding most of her face behind her now closed journal. Mike wordlessly opens the door, revealing Charlie. Just Charlie. Mike instinctively leans in for a hug, but thinks better of it. Millie wears a difficult expression as he quickly pulls himself back upright.
Make yourself comfortable. Won't be a sec.
It feels like it's been hours since I last heard someone speak. To the point where I almost jump a little as he dresses her. She responds with a nod as she takes off her coat, prompting him to retreat back to the kitchen, while she makes her way towards us.
Hey, you two. Been a while.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I right myself and try my best to put on a natural-looking smile. I can't do much, but I can at least do my part to make sure the atmosphere starts off okay.
It's good to see you again, ma'am. I didn't know you worked at the aquarium.
Just Charlie's fine. She briefly gives me a confused look before glancing down and recognizing the source of my clairvoyance. Her outfit! She hasn't fucking changed her aqua uniform yet!
Been a tour guide for just over 20 years now, actually. I can tell you just about anything you need to know about the creatures of the deep, so long as I'm given a script to memorize a week or two beforehand.
Wow. You must really like fish.
She has a laugh, sincere though small.
That's always been more Caprice's thing. I actually thought about looking for another job, but it was enough for Caprice and I, and she always loved visiting.
She smiles briefly, The smile she briefly had while recounting her job sparks something in her, and her gloomy expression returns just as quickly as it had faded as she turns to Millie.
Hey, sorry. I tried to get her to join us. She said she would and join me when I left for work today.
No longer able to avoid the conversation, Millie finally looks up, meeting Charlie's eyes, just in time for Charlie to avert hers.
When I clocked out and told her we were leaving, she said she didn't feel up to it after all and stayed behind.
Okay.
She's still at the aquarium?
Yeah, probably. I told her to call me when she wanted a ride back home.
Millie doesn't respond verbally, her growing frown doing enough to speak for her. And so the conversation ends, the home returning to relative silence, broken up only by Mike's shuffling about in the other room.
You should sit down.
Charlie initially meets her with shock before donning an awkward half smile.
Don't worry about me. I appreciate it, though.
Ma'am, you're a tour guide. You stand up like half the fucking day. Please sit down. Please rest your goddamn legs. Sit the fuck down. Thank you. Millie protests in her own silent way, and drawing herself closer to me and patting the cushion next to her. Out of ways to reject her offer, Charlie finally accepts, finding her place next to Millie. Yes. Thankfully, it's not long before Mike joins us, placing a couple of small fruit bowls on the table in front of us.
Just something light for now. I was hoping we'd have the chance to go to a proper dinner after this.
That'd be nice. Neither Millie nor Charlie acknowledged his suggestion for the evening. Doing his best to shake off the awkwardness of it, he takes a seat next to Charlie, grabbing an orange slice for himself in the process.
So, Mills, we're listening. Whenever you're ready.
That gets a reaction out of her. Millie's grip of my hand tightens as her name comes up. The silence drags on. Millie maintains my hand in hers, biting her bottom lip as she struggles to start. She looks towards me nervously. I give her a nod and shake her hand in mine.
Go ahead. I'm here.
Deep breath. We exhale together. Millie focuses her eyes down on the floor as she takes to her feet.
I'm scared.
That was enough to train all the eyes in the room on her. I match her squeeze with mine, with one of my own, to remind her I'm there, which gives her just enough willpower to push on.
I've been thinking about and rehearsing everything I've wanted to say all day, and the more I do, the more it all sounds silly and irrational. I know I'm in the wrong for a lot of things. Maybe even all of them. I think that's how I'd see it if I were in your shoes anyway.
I don't think this is a right and wrong kind of situation. I guarantee I'm not gonna love you any less over what you have to say.
It doesn't matter if it's silly or irrational if that's how you really feel. That's all we've ever cared about.
It takes a minute, but Millie's hold on me eventually loosens. She uses her now free hand to open her journal to one of the several pages she had bookmarked this morning.
If you're ever feeling lost, always know that Dad will be there to lend you an ear. And if for whatever reason he isn't, I'm sure Charlie will be. If nothing else, please remember that you'll never be alone. Mom left all of this advice, all these instructions to me, and I've clung to every word. But there's so many questions left unanswered. I didn't know where to turn when you two weren't an option.
You can always come to...
No, I couldn't. Not this time.
The sternness in her reply could easily be mistaken for frustration, but thankfully it fades as she allows herself to breathe, to refocus her thoughts.
I wanted to be happy for you two. I am. But dropping the news on us out of the blue that you started dating, then letting Caprice break the news for you that you were making things official, there was never enough time to process anything.
I'm sorry, Millie. That was never supposed to be how you found out.
I know, I don't blame you, or her, not anymore. But it doesn't change the fact that it made approaching any of you about this feel impossible. How could I when the three of you were so happy?
I understand. We never wanted to exclude you, sweetheart. I'm sorry we made you feel so alone.
I'm glad you were able to find Olive at least. Even if you felt that way about us, your dad and I were happy to hear you found someone you could lean on.
Millie gives me a glance, a silent request to do what she can't.
We only started dating recently.
Well, obviously.
Like, after Christmas recently.
Huh.
With the groundwork now laid, Millie turns her attention back to the two, ready to pick up where I left off.
Up until the last few weeks, Olive was just my escape plan whenever you or Caprice tried to pull me into some family thing. I'm sorry for lying to you, but I just desperately needed the space.
I'm sorry, too. I didn't want to lie to any of you, but...
But you were doing right by her. It's okay, I get it.
Mike's interjection surprises Millie and I in equal measure. Her eyebrows raised as high as they can go. Charlie doesn't elaborate, but her sad smile serves as enough of an agreement with her fiancé. With that first bombshell navigated about as well as anyone could hope, Millie's confidence seems to come back to her as she returns to her book. Posture straightened slightly.
Olive's been there for me as a friend and as a partner. Without them by my side, I don't know that I'd have the courage to do this. So, I'm just gonna come out and say it.
Lets go of my hands and holds her book. Her hands caressing the cover as she continues.
This journal is the most important thing I own. Written by the most important person in my life. It's my voice, helping me find words when I can't find them on my own. But for as thorough as she was, she left some things incomplete. I'd like you two to help fill in the blanks, because I don't know how to do it alone.
Tries for a response and gets none. Nevertheless, she thumbs to another of her bookmarks, pushing it up to skip the section she had highlighted.
Page 53. I'm afraid of forgetting you. This was from me to her. She wrote down a response, talking about how she was afraid of the same thing, but that forgetting was okay. It was one of the only answers I could never really accept as it was. It's just heartbreaking beyond words. Imagining someone being okay with fading away into nothing.
Your mother will never be nothing to us. I hope I don't need to tell you that.
I know you mean that. I really do. It's just so hard to see what's happening and what it really means. There are parts of her that are gone forever. Grandma and Grandpa are gone, so there's no one around to remember her childhood. And there's the smaller things. What flowers she would grow in the garden in the back. Individual stories she'd read me. The weekends we'd all spend together. The finer details of her life are already fading away.
Millie starts to crack, a sniffle interrupting her train of thought. I do the only thing I can do and place a hand on her back, giving her a gentle hug, a gentle rub.
And now, the stuff that really mattered to her, the things that defined her life, her wedding ring and how easily it was forgotten. You putting yours away, then replacing it with a new one? The photos of her, of us, slowly being taken down and replaced with newer, happier memories. I would never, ever want to get between you and your happiness, and I'm sorry for being so cold about it up until now. But it's just, sometimes it feels like every step closer to the marriage is one step away from her. And I'm worried that once the big day comes, it'll just be all of us washing our hands of what little is left of her. I was scared of forgetting her then, when she was still around and the memories were fresh. Now I'm terrified.
Tears start to fall, staining the immaculately maintained journal.
Oh, Mills.
Charlie brings her hand forward. She hesitates for a brief moment before committing, wrapping her arms around Millie's back, embracing her as best as she can next to her on the couch.
There's so much I can't remember about her. All the stories I want to tell you or Caprice about our time in high school, or even just small moments we shared while raising the two of you that I just can't quite manage to recall. It breaks my heart to think about all the things that are just gone.
With my hand still on Millie's back, it's easy for me to notice the gentle shape Charlie gives her.
But it's okay. She didn't leave us much, but it was enough. Even if you didn't have your journal, or I didn't have my bracelet, or we didn't have our photos, it'd be fine.
For the first time today, Charlie doesn't hesitate to close the distance between herself and her daughter, scooting herself closer to tighten her hug around her.
All we need to remember is the love we felt for her and her us. That's who Adelaide was. Anything else is just a happy extra. That's why it's okay to forget. It's impossible for us to lose the one thing that really matters. That's what I think she meant.
All of us sit while Millie processes Charlie's answer. Her tears eventually stop, and the sniffling soon after.
There's one more page I want to look at.
Go ahead.
She flips to her last bookmark. Only a few pages behind the current one.
Page 42. What to do if Dad gets a new mom. She left it blank.
Charlie can't help but retreat away, both her and Mike's eyes wide. Charlie turns to Mike, hopeful he'll have an answer, but his expression shifts to a difficult one as the room looks to him. A quick spark of realization about something or other seems to hit him as the expression comes to life for a brief second. Whatever came to him quickly leads into frustration as he drags his hand down his face, his features being pulled downwards in the process.
I've put you through so much. I had no idea.
Dad?
Mike brings himself to his feet. There he stands, eyes closed, the only movement from him being the tapping of his foot as he puts his thoughts in order.
I just need you to know, no matter how we felt, Charlie and I would never do something like this if we thought your mom might not approve of it. I know how that page must look and how hard it is to believe me, but I promise you that she just ran out of time. It's not...
I believe you.
What?
Mike swivels in his place to face his daughter, eyes now wide open.
That's all I wanted to hear. I know you wouldn't lie about something like this.
Millie turns to me and gives me a gentle smile. She touches my arm and she closes her drawer, and I take the cue to raise it from her back. She reaches down, giving my hand one more soft squeeze before it's out of reach.
I needed time to grieve and go through the process of moving on. But above that, I needed to hear that from you, from both of you, that this wasn't us saying goodbye to her.
Both of us think about her every single day. I know you do too.
I know, I shouldn't... I know I never had any real reason to doubt you, but just... with everything moving so fast...
Like with Haley before, Millie collapses into her dad, hugging him with everything she has. Just as quickly, Charlie and I are standing, Charlie joining Mike in front and comforting their daughter.
To put that on you too, to even think... I'm so sorry.
We understand. Of course we understand.
Thank you for talking about this with us. I'm sorry we weren't able to listen until now.
As the three huddle together, holding onto each other, I breathe a sigh of relief. The burden that had been on Millie's shoulders since before I met her is finally starting to lift. And I swear I can feel it almost as strongly. As they all slowly regain their composure, Millie pulls away, finding her spot by me once again, adjusting her braid and glasses, and she looks first to her parents, and then the door.
I wish Caprice could have been here for this.
Charlie's expression shifts and turns, having an internal debate with herself at Millie's statement. One side wins out as her posture relaxes again, a smile finding its way to her face.
You should catch her up to speed. I'm sure both of you still have some things to say to each other.
Millie plays with her braid, her uncertainty transparent.
Are you sure that's the best idea? I don't want to ambush her.
I trust you too. Just be honest with her, but gentle, and you'll be fine.
Charlie reaches into her back pocket, pulling out a couple slips of paper. Steps forward, pressing one to each of us. I flip it over curiously in my hand, the big, bold aquarium logo immediately grabbing my attention. Free entry pass. Used only by family of staff member Charlotte Amelia Shorten.
It'd be unfair to have you pay entry to do something like this. Save yourself a few dollars.
Millie looks over the pass as if it was worth its weight in gold, eyes beginning to well, but not quite the point of tears.
Here then, let me trade you.
With the pass in her left hand, Millie extends her right towards Charlie, the one holding her journal.
Millie, no.
I'm not giving it to you. I just want you to keep it safe until I can pick it up again when we meet for dinner tonight. If you did want to read it, though, I think that'd make her happy. She had some things to say to both of you, too.
With Millie's explanation and the implications it provides, Charlie finally accepts the book, though not without hesitation.
Sure you don't want to just take it with you?
Millie shakes her head.
I've used Mom's words when I couldn't find my own, ever since she gave that journal to me. Caprice needs to hear from me, though, not her.
Charlie and Mike smile and wrap their arms around each other, looking like a couple for the first time since I've known them.
See you tonight, then. Love you. Drive safe.
Call us if you need anything. Don't keep us waiting too long.
Love you both, too. I'll meet you at the usual place as soon as I pick up Caprice.
Millie turns to me again, a brilliant shine in her eyes and a smile on her face. She reaches for my hand, and I give it eagerly.
Sorry to keep dragging you into these things, Olive. You really make it all feel manageable.
Never a problem. Let me know if I can do anything else, too.
Of course.
With a jingle, she produces her car keys and outside Junebug honks twice and Millie unlocks the door. One march away. Side by side, we push through the cold wind and winter. Air towards the car. Winter air. Winter air. Winter air. Not long after. Drink aqua! I can't remember the last time I've been to the aquarium. In every tank is a sea of colors. Delicate underwater blooms unfold in every direction. A swarm of fish pass by, their scales shimmering in the light, casting rainbow hues across the water. The plants sway to and fro like grass and wind, and I watch it all with equal parts awe and interest. Caprice grew up here. The simple truth of that, paired with her coming here when it all became too much, reminds me of when I was young, holding my breath underwater in the pool for as long as I could. When he points to a large stingray floating by, surrounded by smaller fish that I don't know the name of.
Stingrays used to be my favorite. I loved how they had a little smiling face on their underside.
Used to be. Are they not anymore?
Olive, please. I'm a grown woman. My favorite is obviously the tiger shark now.
Duh! The tiger shark, I enjoy the film.
I should have guessed.
She nudges against me. We stand there for a moment longer, waiting for the next rush of life to pass by before moving on. From what I remember, the aquarium is pretty small. 2 floors and about half or maybe a third of the size of the zoo altogether. What it lacks in size, it makes up offering variety. Each tank hosts a spectacle of creatures and plants decorated with rocks and other features, all living together in closed, harmonious ecosystems. All of this to say, we're not in a rush. Wherever Chris may be, we'll cross paths soon enough. The dull sound of waves crashing against the coral reef display, and hushed whispers of the streams of people nearby and Millie by my side, makes our journey here feel more purposed. Anxiety melts away, replaced by resolve.
There she is.
Before long, Millie points out a curved hall. First down a curved hall. A small shape silhouetted against a large tank, recognizable by an instant thanks to her signature hat and short stature. Haha short. In the tank, bright blue water and hot pink rocks on the floor frame the dab of swimming color within. The fish move in slow swats like paint on glass.
Caprice?
She turns towards us, suddenly in surprise. Fuck's sake. Then, with nothing more than an adjusting of her hat, walks away in the opposite direction. And you go be right back. What fucking you love timing. Cap Rice shorten.
Oh,
Millie falters. That was not what I was expecting either. the Caprice I've met so far has been reactive. Right. I have to try every tool at her disposal before even considering walking away. But now, she looked at us just long enough to register our faces and left. I glanced over to Millie, who's closed her eyes and shut out any tear that may dare fall.
Are you okay?
After so long of trying to fix everything on her own, I should have expected it. I should leave.
No, we can't.
Why?
She looks at me with a grim expression. But her voice doesn't have even an ounce of animosity.
Can I try talking to her first?
I don't know, Olive.
I just want to reach out.
Moving out of her apartment, not attending any art meetings, not even responding to any messages. A feeling in my stomach turns isn't the same as what Millie was doing when she needed space. Something tells me this is worse. I don't know her that well, but maybe that'll be exactly why I should give me a chance.
If you're sure.
I squeeze her hand, then let go, off in the direction. Then let go, off in the direction Caprice disappeared to.
Hey.
Don't.
She doesn't turn around, just stares at the exhibit before her. A semi-outdoor scene dotted with fresh fallen snow and a miniature waterfall.
It's just me. Don't worry.
Almost like she doesn't believe me, Caprice glances back, looking at and around me for any sign of Millie. I offer a small smile. She doesn't walk away this time. She turns back to the glass. I walk closer to her and try to see what she sees. Before that, though, I notice something different. Blue highlights in her hair reflect the seaside vistas around her, making her appear part of the aquarium itself.
I like the hair.
Figured it was time for a change. It's about all I have control over anymore.
In the exhibit before us is pure tranquility. No signs of any fish or animals.
Looks like the otters are staying in today.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it is. So what do you want?
She pulls her hat down a bit more to obscure her expression. She doesn't continue, but she isn't being entirely cold either. It's in my court, then.
I want to be your friend.
Huh?
Opposite out of her reply as she expected, Caprice lifts her head and studies my face intently.
For whatever it's worth, all this time I've known both you and Millie. I wish we were better friends. I'm sorry we haven't been.
Why are you, of all people, apologizing? I was the one who... Just... never mind. It only feels worse to hear you say that. We're only acquaintances, and that's only because you're dating because you're dating Millie.
During Christmas, I was acting as Millie's partner, but we weren't actually together then. I lied to you.
Then, meaning you're together now. Doesn't really matter if it was before the holidays or not if the end is the same, does it?
It kinda does. It's still a lie, is it not?
No offense, Olive, but I don't want to be friends just because of that. If you think you'll help her by being our mediator, it won't. It didn't work for Haley, and we've known her for a whole lot longer than you.
I love Millie. I want her to be happy. But I'm not talking to you because I'm trying to fix her problems. I want to talk to you as a friend.
Millie loves you. Even when you're fighting. No one wants you out of their lives. Her least of all.
I don't know how to articulate it. It's a feeling more than anything concrete. A jump of logic born out of what I know about Caprice and how Christmas went. hiding in the aquarium and making herself as sparse as possible to friends and family alike. I can only assume she's trying to make less problems for everyone, misguided as it is.
She just wants to talk to you. If you don't want to, that's okay. I just wanted you to know she's here.
Okay, I'll go talk to her. Thank you, Ollie.
Ollie? Like the otter! Huh? Wrong timeline, Freeze. Wrong timeline. I paused slightly at that, using a nickname I've only heard from my mom. Freeze stretches a bit and adjusts her hat, turning to leave.
Do you want to go alone?
Nah. It'd be nice to have a friend there. For both of us.
Yee. A friend. I turned to follow, but not before noticing the information sheet from the exhibit. The one Caprice was standing in front of. Ollie the otter. Please be otter. Hi, Millie, we're here, we're back. Sup, family, back. Millie sits on a bench nearby where I left her. As we round the corner, she notices us out of the corner of her eye and starts looking even more nervous than before.
Hey, Millie.
Hi, Olive? Caprice?
Olive said you wanted to talk to me.
I do.
Millie takes a long breath, squaring her shoulders back. I take the opportunity to stand somewhere close by, but not in the middle, giving them space.
Are you okay?
Okay. No, Mills, I'm not. I've been trying so hard to understand you, and now you want to swoop in and be the good guy?
I'm not trying to...
I did my best. I just wanted to show you that the marriage was going to be a good thing, to show you how happy we could be as a family. Do you know how much it hurts to have your best friend just shut you out of her life?
I'm starting to.
I can't understand what I'm doing wrong if you won't tell me. That's all I wanted. I'm sorry that I'm too much and too excited and too me, but I just wanted you to be happy.
Oh, Caprice, please don't say that. I'm sorry. I don't want you to think that all of this is your fault. I need you to understand that what you were offering me was exactly what I didn't want.
What did you want then?
I needed to be sad, Caprice. I needed to be able to grieve and know that it was okay. Every single time I've brought my mom up, it's like everyone changes the subject just to cheer me up.
I had to, Millie. I had to try to make this work for all of us. I couldn't... Our parents are so happy together. They've sacrificed so much for raising us and always putting us first. Shouldn't they be allowed to be married with us by their side as a family?
We were already a family.
That can't be the only reason.
I didn't want the marriage because I was afraid of replacing the few memories I have left of my mom with yours. I'll never be able to walk into the kitchen and see my mom at the table drinking tea ever again. I'll never be able to come home and have her waiting there for me with a hug. When I realized I couldn't remember details about her anymore, I was scared. With the painting, it made me afraid that everyone else is forgetting her too. It breaks my heart that I love you and Charlie so much. I'm so excited to have you in my life. I want to move forward. It hurts to do that, but I need to feel that pain. I need to accept it. You wanted to protect me from it, I know. It just made it harder for me, made it all too loud and too much at once. I'm so sorry I didn't have the words for this earlier. You've always been my sister, Caprice. I didn't need you to prove it.
Grace clutches her shirt tighter, folding over slightly. with each and every word. She opens her mouth to speak several times.
Allow me to transfix you.
Thank you for the follow, Gloria. We're in a really sad moment. Welcome. It's very awkward. Tears spill over. Carefully, Millie reaches out, her arms barely touching Caprice's, and then Caprice launches at her sister, throwing herself into her arms and hugging us tight as she can.
I'm sorry too.
Millie holds her, and everything she was holding back escapes too, crying into her shoulder. Backlit by the ocean, the two stand there. Any other words they could have said melted away. I pick up Caprice's hat from the ground and look out into the water. Time passes. After a few more moments, I hear shuffling of Caprice and Millie separate, sniffling loudly. Caprice starts looking around the ground, muttering under her breath about her hat. Meekly, I offer it to her. She takes it from my hands with a polite smile. With Millie in the middle and Caprice and I on either side, the three of us slowly make our way to the entrance to the aquarium again. Occasionally, one of us stops to comment on a fish, or exhibit, or a small attempt at funnier footing or normalcy again. The exit is in sight, makes all of us come to a stop, standing together.
So, Dad and Charlie wanted to go out to dinner tonight. All together, if you're up for it.
What? Really? I mean, of course I am. Yes, absolutely.
Millie looks over at me with a smile on her face.
You're invited too, of course.
I'll sit this one out, actually. I'm going to see if my mom wants to get dinner together. Let me know how it goes, though.
Healing!
If you're sure.
Again.
I think it'll go a lot better than last time, which I'm sorry for, again.
It's healing again, except in a different timeline. This is your timeline. What the fuck is this?
I'm sorry again too.
I know, it's just that I kind of started it, so...
But
Maybe you two should take a break in apologies for today.
Yeah, I think so.
A good point.
Anyway, it wasn't all bad. I got a pretty cool friend out of it all, you know?
Yeah. Pretty cool friend who's not an otter. We shuffle out of the aquarium and into the cold. Or it would be cold. The sun is shining outside, leaving the afternoon surprisingly warm. Chris bounds ahead towards Millie's car.
I call shotgun. I haven't had a ride in the old Junie in months.
I wonder why.
Hold is right. I hope she isn't too excited when she hears how clunky the gear shift is.
I don't think anyone but you would notice that kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe your dad.
Do you want to ride?
I'm not sure. I think it'd be good if you two could have some quality time.
We have all the time in the world for that. Oh, and Olive?
Millie takes my hand in hers. She laces her fingers together, carefully and one by one. Taking a step closer, she rests her head against mine.
You'll come to the wedding, right? As my +1?
I have to withhold a laugh. Pulling Millie's hand into both of mine, I nod.
I'll be there.
I kiss her, reaching up slightly on my tiptoes to reach her.
I love you. We'll see each other later, right?
Of course.
Hand in hand, we head towards the car. Marquise waves at us from the passenger seat. It'd be wrong to say everything is fine now. The two won't have more work ahead of themselves. More work to understand one another better. Millie's right, though. They have all the time in the world. There are many more days ahead of happiness and love to be shared. Many nights of tears and struggles. As friends, as sisters, as family. I know they'll make it through. All of us will face tomorrow in our own ways, at our own pace. Why am I frowning? Whoopsies. There's still more. A river credits. Wait, whoops, I forgot about this part. The setting sun casts long shadows as I head out the science building, staring into a long walk to the bike rack. This morning's frightfully cold chill has given way to a mildly cool afternoon. All the better for the ride home. The last few days have been chaotic in a way. I thought I had left behind once I'd finished my exams. Everything is out of my control, but oddly enough, it feels like it's for the best. Groups of students chat happily around me. It feels like a weight has been lifted off everyone's shoulders, with the end of college now in sight for those of us in our final semester. I wish I could say the same. I wish I could say I was sure what's going to happen next, but I can't. Yet I'm a little more comfortable with that than I used to be. Where stepping out of education and into the real world once felt like an event horizon. I couldn't see the past. Now I realize there's plenty of others going through it all just the same thing. I can't fucking read still. As I passed the parking lot, I spotted a now familiar sight of Millie leaning against her car, checking her phone for one reason or another. I'd been giving Millie some space since she moved back with Caprice and Haley, but it's good to see her again. I approach with a wave as she puts her phone away, and she's quick to return the gesture.
Fancy seeing you here. Waiting for the others?
Caprice has got her club today, so just Haley.
It's only been a couple days. Earning a snort of amusement from her. I'm just glad to see her smiling, no matter how small it might be.
Enjoying the quiet back at home again?
It's been fine, but I have to admit I missed my old roommate a bit.
Yeah, Mr. Mo is really a great roommate.
I'm sure she'd be happy to visit. All you'd have to do is ask.
I was talking about Mo.
She gives me a comedically over-exaggerated pout, but quickly melts away as she leans in for a quick kiss. When she pulls away, she removes her glasses and produces a cleaning cloth from her coat pocket.
How's life back at the apartment, anyway? Been going okay?
I wish I could say it was like I never left, but after so long, you definitely feel like a stranger in your own home sometimes.
She finishes wiping down her glasses, placing them back on. Cloth still in hand, she gestures to my glasses next.
Yours got fogged up too, don't even pretend otherwise.
Damn. Unable to think of a counter-argument in the 3 or so seconds she allows me, I hand them over without a word of protest.
We're going to be okay. Finally having everyone on the same page has done a lot, but we still have some lingering awkwardness to get through.
Finishes cleaning, gently placing my glasses back on for me. First thing I see, with my newfound clarity, is her soft smile.
That's good to hear. I've been worried. I know it was your idea to dissolve it, but the club was a pretty recent wound, so...
It was for the best for everyone involved. I wouldn't call it a wound at all.
Well, that's what you really feel.
How about we join the art club? Forget about that. You know, the art club, where your sister is. The art club. Could be snazzy. You ever thought about it?
I do. Honestly, the conversation with Heather made the decision worth it. Both of us finally said a lot of things we should have said a long time ago. Maybe she can finally devote energy to being happy. I hope she can.
Yeah, I hope so too. Hey, sorry if this is weird or forward to say,
But
But
I'm really happy to see things working out for you again. You deserve it.
the honest words hit home. Hit home for her. Pursing her lips tightly to steady herself as she silently nods.
I think she would have liked you.
Huh? Who?
Adelaide.
Mom.
Yeah?
Yeah?
What makes you think that?
A hunch.
She smiles a wide smile, and what a smile it is. Makes all my worries about the future disappear. I'm not sure exactly what lies around ahead of me, but I know now that I'll have her beside me for whatever might come.
Do you want to ride home today?
I'd love to, but I've got a couple small errands to run. I wouldn't want you to ferry me around.
We should make some plans to get together for the weekend then. I haven't exactly been the most romantic the last few days.
I need to dehydrate real quick. Oh, I need to dehydrate. Gotta run, be our I return. I back.
You've been fine. Better than fine.
Just in love. I'm really quite awful, you know.
Yeah. You know, just just the casual thing. The casual infliction of love.
Oh yeah, the worst.
The worst thing ever, love. She goes and pulls me in for a parting kiss.
Well,
Fuck.
Ooh.
I somehow pressed space 3 times. Good thing I just saved. Literal seconds ago.
we should make some plans to get together for the weekend then. I haven't exactly been the most romantic the last few days.
You've been fine. Better than fine.
Just in love. I'm really quite awful, you know.
Oh yeah, the worst.
She goes and pulls me in for a parting kiss
Well,
again.
every good story does need an antagonist after all.
Ooh, look at the lovebirds. They can't keep their hands off each other.
The antagonist is here! Priest bounces out of the entrance, making a kissy face and obnoxious wet noise to accompany it. Haley is following not far behind, smartly keeping her distance. Millie flowers with a scarlet rush. Blush. Blusher rush.
What do you want, Caprice?
2 things.
Hello. You two.
1, to brag about how I am, once again, the ultimate matchmaker.
Sure.
What? You had absolutely nothing to do.
And 2, to ask you two where you think you're going.
Home
home?
was the plan as soon as Haley showed up.
Hi, I'm Haley. Haley doesn't react to her name in the slightest, to absolutely no one's surprise. It looks to me for a confirmation.
A quick grocery run and then home for me too.
And how exactly do you expect the art club to function without its co-lead and her partner in crime?
Hey there, Wilmer, it's me, Haley. Hey there, Wilmer, it's me, Quinn. Quinn's son. May looks just as puzzled as me, clearly getting no answer. There, I turned to Haley instead, with whom shrugs.
Hey. Turns out I'm part of the art club, as of 10 minutes ago. Great job, buddy.
I appreciate the gesture, but I'm not much of an artist, I'm afraid.
It's a broad spectrum. Creative writing falls under the umbrella easy peasy.
Well,
Culinary arts.
Shit. She got that locked and loaded, huh? Damn.
She pulled the same thing on me if it makes you feel better.
Musical arts. Fuck. Literary arts. No.
I figured it was something like that, yeah.
It's sweet of you, Caprice, really, but you don't have to.
Millie, if you're gonna let me into your family, then at least let me share mine with you too. Please?
I think I must look at Millie for her answer. She looks that she knows that I follow her no matter what her decision may be.
Meet you there.
Chris looks like she's about to explode in excitement as her smile triples in size.
Okay, yes, take your time. Come on, Haley, we gotta let the others know.
But my groceries.
Hold on,
Before Haley can finish, Caprice runs off in mad sprints. With every sigh, Haley turns to Millie in out of character smile, replacing her typical resting, neutral face. R and F.
There's really no stopping her when she gets an idea in her head.
You were keeping busy?
It's one of my favorite things about her.
Yeah, same.
Haley, you're taking forever!
Caprice shouts across the campus, jogging in place like she's training for a triathlon.
Better get going. See you in a few.
Yeah, see you soon.
Goodbye. With that, she turns to follow her friend at the same slow pace she originally met us at.
I'm not running, Caprice.
We stand there for a while until both are out of sight, whether due to hesitation or simply trying to process the conversation that just happened or something, is something only Millie really knows.
So, ready to go?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Graduation might be just around the corner, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, it looks like another chapter in our lives just starting.
The weather's warming finally. Do you want to walk with me? It feels like it's been a while since I've seen us really smile. I'm glad to have you here again. My greatest love, my bestest friend. time ago, tracing footsteps left in the snow. Someday soon we'll melt away, but with you here we'll find our way. It'll take some time before we're home. Didn't wanna head back all alone. I'll take your worries if you'll take mine, and fold them in half along the line. It doesn't need to be today. Sometimes we need to step away. So fold the page and save your place. A pristine book is such a waste. Creases, tears, and rips and stains are signs of love and memories made. Winter's dragged on forever. Let's make spring last while we're together. We've made it through to its embrace, to greater love, to brighter days. The cold is harsh, but I don't care. I'll take your worries with warmth to spare. We're almost there, we'll be just fine. Home's right over the horizon line. Let's try having fun today. Sometimes we need to step away. Here's a canvas from last summer, beaten and torn, begging for color. Creases, tears, and rips and stains are signs of love and memories made. I may slow down the miles ahead, music to catch your breath. Don't worry, we'll both be on time. You know the end of the end of the line. Two months later. The myriad of colors planted by the flowers and trees mixed with the smells of freshly cut grass. It painted the picture of a perfect spring day, a world apart from the dreary winter that only recently made its long overdue exit.
Where could they be?
Olive shoved their phone back into their pocket. For the third time in the past hour. The four had agreed to meet early, but after the seconds continued to tick by, Olive was losing more and more confidence in that happening. Elsewhere, the sisters were still getting ready.
We're going to be late.
Haley shouted down the hall with only the muffled sounds of her roommates finishing the preparations answering her. In the dressing room, Reese's foot tapped in hurried anticipation.
Is it almost done?
Millie continued to fiddle with her hair.
You're not exactly giving me a lot to work with here.
Millie sighing, letting another failed attempt fall from her hands. Reese's last-minute request was a surprise, but one Millie was more than happy to honor. A simple braid in her hair, a small reminder of Adelaide, to bring along to the wedding. A style Millie proudly wore for just over a year, and one she decided to wear today, again, as well. Caprice's hair, however, was not as eager to cooperate with the request, its length proving an impossible hurdle to overcome. Millie was all too aware of that. the time continuing to pass them by, and with a frustrated sigh, admitted defeat. The original plan wasn't going to happen, but she was determined to do something, if only to justify all the time spent on it this morning. One more try, this time more smaller in size, tied across her head rather than hanging loose. It wasn't what she wanted, but it was better than nothing.
What do you think?
Millie raised a small mirror in front of Caprice, half hoping she simply wouldn't answer.
It's perfect!
Caprice jumped to her feet and hugged her sister tightly, leaving Millie wanted no time to process a response.
Really?
What do you mean, really? It's a nice small reminder, but it still feels like me.
Millie returned Caprice's hug, holding her close for a whole bit of a moment before letting her loose.
I'm ready to go if you are.
Millie returned her eyes to the mirror, still in her hand. The large braid that she had become so accustomed to, tying every day, taking up most of the view. Time was of the essence. They were already running late. And yet...
I need a few more minutes, if that's okay. Let Haley know I won't be long.
A few minutes passed. And a few more. Olive had shifted from a mild annoyance to a deep concern. Why would they be taking this long? Did something happen? Did Millie lose her nerves? Surely if something bad had happened, Haley would have let them know by now.
Found you!
A small pat on the back was enough for Olive to be jolted back to reality, and their heart jumped into their throats. Olive then needed to turn around to place the voice, but after waiting for it so long, they needed the confirmation. Sure enough, Caprice was there to greet them, with Haley besides.
Yo.
Where were you? I was really starting to get worried.
Don't look at me. I've been waiting for a while.
Haley replied with a shrug. Olive turned to Caprice for an explanation. He responded with a sheepish grin.
Oh, you know how things go sometimes. The point is, we're all here now, right on time.
Did we meet ahead at the end of the line? The timing Caprice boasted about was debatable, Olive thought. Actually, that wasn't the only thing.
If everyone's here, where's Millie?
Talk of the wedding had been more frequent from her in the past few weeks. Olive hoped that meant she would show today, but they'd also been preparing for the roast. Caprice's unwavering smile was really evidence that they had nothing to worry about. As if on cue, Millie emerged from the modest crowd, greeting Olive with a small hug.
Sorry, I was just putting some things away and locking the car up.
Her tone was flustered, and Olive knew her well enough to expect her to play with her braid as she tried to right herself afterwards. If it was still there, that is. While the braid remained in her hair, it was just a small strand. The rest of her hair, now freed to instead be tied in the back. The simple haircut.
You look great.
As a smile found its way to Olive's face, Millie averted her eyes as a blush started to form on hers.
You think so? I struggled a lot with the hair. I was thinking of wearing it like this from now on, actually.
It suits you perfectly. Don't change a thing.
Millie had her doubts. It may have suited her in this moment, but as she had came to realize, change was inevitable. After so long wearing the same style and feeling the same feelings, what would suit her best once this moment had passed, and Millie had to focus on herself again? Something more comfortable, maybe. As the four finished their greetings and shuffled to find their seats, Millie played with her braid for the only time that day. Adelaide's presence in her life may be smaller than before, but it was still there. And that was enough. After endless cold and cloudy days, the start of a new chapter was penned underneath a pristine blue sky. Two women started the day as friends and ended it as sisters. Separate yet undeniably together, their stories were written on opposite sides of the same piece of paper. Even locked the following extras. Guest star added to the CD gallery. Sounds of Winter soundtrack added to the jukebox. Thank you for reaching the end of the story. Yet the first chapter is waiting for you. Digital Pacific Circle is now available. Access within the Unlocks screen. How long is Perfect Circle? Awesome. Is it one screen's worth of content? Like an hour and a half or two? For me? Or 2 hours for me? Wow! 2 hours for me? That's rude. I saw the warning. I read stuff, you know. I do read. No, no! Mr. Mo! Mr. Mo! We're like almost there.
Emo. Yeah, I see you. Hi. 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 Yes, emoticons. Women! Women! Valentine's Day soon, TM. Yes. Yes. Eat this. Eat this. Optimistic Otter. What a name. And look, it's the person who made the one game about the person with the golden eye. You remember that game? I played that game. You remember that game? It's this person. It's them. It's them. The Mr. Mo Gallery. Add the caps. Deal. Boop. 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 Where's your snoot? Boop, maybe. Boop. 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 Playing right now. Playing right now. Something old, something new, something borrowed, something new. The old timey traditional wedding saying. I just realized the music's really loud because I forgot to turn that down after the ending theme. One, two, three. I have 3 weeks. If I don't, I'll have only 2 weeks to do something to fill in the gap. I don't know what will only take 2 weeks. In order to know something will only take 3 weeks. Maybe... How long was this game? How long did the other game, this one of these games take? How long did this... 1, 2, 3, 4... That one takes 4. Something needs to take 2 or 3. For not to leave on an awkward cliffhanger and we forget what happens next time. How long is First Snow? It took Mari, what, 4 streams for First Snow? Which is very funny. Good point. Probably 3 streams for First Snow. So the thing is, to give that 3 stream breadth, that means I do Perfect Circle now, as opposed to next week. So, you see the conundrum I'm at right now. Of what to do.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
You know? Okay, I need it. Okay, I'll get my water. As well. I have food now. I brought food. Alright, here we go. Give me a second. I can't spell. Why did I capitalize the word "the"? You describe it again. You described it as... yeah, post game. Not sure what that's it. The crying stream. She labeled it as the crying stream. She labeled it as the crying stream. Lol. I see. No, I don't like tweeting it, imagine. I have a bite real quick of my food that was so hot before it gets cold from me reading so much. Also, I've never heard of Yuki's 4P before. Also, it's a really long title. Yuki's palpitating passion, phenomenal, and quite frankly, proficient quest, free hot girlfriend. Yeah, I was looking at it the whole time. I was saying, Yuki's No, you're not, I can't fucking read all those goddamn words. There's too many goddamn words there. I can't read them all. Hell no. Too many goddamn words to read. Words not for me, said the visual novel streamer. Some time ago, several years ago, another story was written. Content warnings can be found by clicking the exclamation mark on top bar. Navigate by clicking the arrows on the top bar or using the arrow keys. Left twofold, perfect circle. Return to twofold. I'll always love you, and I want this to help you remember that. But even if I'm gone, you won't ever be alone. Take care. After hours, working hard is good and all, but make sure you take care of yourself, okay? August ends her day with a tired sigh, flipping the sign on the door of the diner, from open to closed. It's off. The Bell House seems like an entirely different restaurant after hours. She'd been here countless times as a customer, but never once experienced the peace and quiet of the place when the lights were dimmed and the last customer had long since left. She sits down at the front counter, grateful for her first chance of resting hours. After an entire day of running back and forth, taking orders, delivering food, and cleaning tables, August feels both her muscles and mind aching. She reaches into her apron's front pocket and pulls out a wadded pile of bills, the fruits of her labor. She does her best to straighten them up as she counts the day's wages, but she's so exhausted that she half-heartedly piles them up as she goes.
5, 8, 9, 10, 15.
She almost loses count when a white takeaway box and to-go cup unexpectedly drop in front of her. Ariel smiles warmly when August looks at her, taking a seat beside her.
Hey, August. Sorry about the crazy first day. I don't normally condone trial by fire, but, well, everything will seem easy after this, right?
That's true. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I could survive another week of this.
Goodness, no, dear. I'd quit if we had a whole week of nights like these. How'd you do?
Alright, I think. The table numbers gave me trouble at first, but I think I've got it now.
That's great. I knew you'd get the hang of it in no time.
Ariel nods to the to-go box in front of her.
This is yours. Remember, you'll always have a hot meal here, even if you're not working.
That's very nice of you. Thank you.
Of course. I'm gonna finish up cleaning up the kitchen, but you take your time.
Well, Crystal's different. Lovely.
Let me know if you need anything, okay?
August nods as Ariel stands up and disappears into the kitchen. She peeks into the to-go box, her favorite meal, within obviously fresh out of the kitchen. She feels a light flutter in her stomach, a feeling she's only just started to get used to. She says another thank you to the owner, this time for the little one. August has known about her pregnancy for a month now, since she started making arrangements to the best of her ability. She's not rich, nor does she have her parents to rely on, and her boyfriend, as great as he has been for the years they've been together since high school, is still only a boyfriend. So August dropped out of college last week. Her textbooks, still in pristine condition, are sitting in a corner of a kitchen. She would go back soon. She promised herself to. For now, there was someone infinitely more important to prepare for. August puts a hand to her stomach. The fluttering begins again. August smiles to herself. This is new for her. It's a little scary, but more than anything, she feels a love in her heart, which she wants to nurture and protect. She dons her coat and hat when she's done eating, and bids farewell to Ariel, the only other person who knows about her pregnancy, and the one who has offered her this job with a generous wage to help out. What's the content warning for this? What contains? Oh, that's pregnancy. August is pregnant, but not visibly showing. Text refers to fluttering sensation. Cool. We're going in. Two halves. The first time your dad cooked something for me, he accidentally set off the fire alarm. I'll tell you a secret. He sneaks broccoli into everything. It's just cheating your body into eating vegetables. Thank you, Adelaide.
What about something like Melanie?
Maybe. I do like M names.
Millie. Melanie. Alon mascot. I got Alon mascot keychain. Oh, Curio. And Elowen / Cassidy. And Cello. You know that already. Adelaide gives Charlie a mischievous grin, and Mike chuckles a little from the other side of the kitchen. The smell of roasted vegetables and chicken fills the home. It's in the Twitter post. It came with the Curio and the Melanie and the Elowen / Cassidy. Did you miss it?
Okay. How about Marigold? Or Madeline?
It's in the Twitter post. It's in the first image with Curio and Melanie.
I think something cute would be good.
She's definitely gonna be a cutie. I mean, look at her parents.
I know, it's a wooden charm. There might still be one more mystery grab bag for there. I bought the mystery grab bag when there was only 4 left. No, 2 left. I mean, so there might be only 1 to 0 left. You never know what's in it. I got a test Curio and an Elowen. All these are not merch that I've seen before, so I'm happy. There's 1 mystery grab bag left on the store. So, do with that what you will. You get a mystery bag order containing a variety of items, including keychains and washi tape and enamel pins. Keychains that may include older, retired characters or experimental / unreleased designs, as well as contemporary designs that are available on our store. Every bag contains at least 4 items. Please note that due to shipping limitations, grab bags contents will be shipped loosely like regular order items. They will not be hidden or actually a separate bag and as they arrive. But yeah, so I got a cello wooden charm, and the reversible Elowen / Cassidy, the Curio, and Melanie. All of which are hanging on my wall right now. The corkboard. Right now. Adelaide laughs as Charlie leans over, speaking close to her belly.
When are you becoming cutie? Your poor mama can barely walk, you know.
Oh.
With the clatter, Mike drops whatever he was washing and rushes over to Adelaide's laughter. Rushes over as Adelaide's laughter stops abruptly, and she places a hairful hand on her stomach.
Oh gosh. Adelaide, deep breaths.
Is it time? You okay? Charlie, can you start the car?
No, wait. It's not that. She's just... Oh, she's kicking a lot.
There are now 0 grab bags left. I wonder why. Charlie and Mike heave a huge sigh of relief in unison. Mike stays by his wife's side, holding her hand.
You sure? Do you want me to call the nurses again? Just in case?
I'm very happy with my grab bag purchase, my grab bag contents. You better share with us what you got.
I'm okay, love. I mean it. She's just active at dinner time. You know that.
I can't imagine being that far along. My feet are already sore, and I'm just a couple of months in.
Well, you are pretty tiny. Your stomach will probably be the size of you by June.
I'll probably have to roll to the hospital.
Whee! They all laugh together now. The previous scare already faded away. There are many of these now that Adelaide's due date is just a couple weeks away. Mike stands up just as the timer set on the stove begins beeping.
Dinner's ready.
He moves the stove and begins fussing over the food within. Kelly smiles and leans over the table, speaking in a hushed voice.
So, how's he handling it?
Actually, this is a good day. I sighed a little bit too loudly yesterday, and he was already grabbing the to-go bag.
He's always been a worrywart.
You know he packed 2 go bags? One's in the car and one's in our room. The poor nurses have fielded 50 calls in the past 3 days alone.
Aw, he's so sweet.
What a bean! Adelaide smiles warmly and nods. Mike returns to the table, the big ceramic platter of his mittened hands steaming.
I followed the recipe, but I'm not sure if the vegetables are cooked. But they started burning, so...
He sets the dish in the middle of the table, slipping off his gloves and tossing them onto the counter behind him. He avoids eye contact with both Charlie and Adelaide, all the while sheepishly staring down at the food. Not the floor, nor the flood, the food.
It looks great, Mike.
He sits at the table next to Adelaide, and the 3 take a minute to serve the plats. The food. It's a familiar scene by now. Charlie's spot at the table had been there before Mike's, and it was because of her that she and Adelaide had met Mike years ago. To this day, Adelaide teases Charlie over her ability to rear-end a parked vehicle. As they're near its end, the 3 stay seated, chatting small matters over sparkling water and picking at their plates. Adelaide keeps glancing at Charlie, trying to hide a look that her friend knows only as, I want to say something. Charlie lasts about 3 seconds before finally pressing the matter.
Aid? What's up?
It's just, you know...
She pushes some vegetables on her plate around, biting her lip as she seems to revise her next statement in her head. She looks at Mike for help. He takes a moment to fold over a napkin on the table.
We wanted to offer you a room here, if you want.
What?
Adelaide elbows Mike with a stern but warm look. Gives her a bewildered stare in return as she shakes her head in exasperation.
I love you so much, Charlie. You know that, right? Mike loves you too. You're always going to be our family.
Adelaide reaches out and grabs her friend's hands.
You're so important to me. I hope you know you're always welcome in our home, no matter what. And newborns are tough, you know? You'll need time off work to rest and recover and... well, everything.
I already asked for a split leave at the shop. I'll stay here with Adelaide for a month, and then I have another month to use down the line if you need anything.
You could stay with us, and if anything happens, we'll both be here for you.
Charlie feels a lump rise to her throat, looking at her earnest expression. She looks down at her hands, locked together on the table. She closes her eyes and takes a slow breath. Gently she reaches Adelaide's hands before releasing them. Squeezes, not releases, reaches. She smiles at her friends before her.
I love you too, but I can't. Mike, you need to stay with Adelaide for as long as you can take time off. And Adelaide, you need to rest too. Spend time with your little girl and your husband. Don't go worrying about me like always. I have to do this on my own. I need to.
Charlie...
I have to prove to myself that I can do this on my own.
The house falls silent and Adelaide fidgets with her braid. The 100 objections spinning around in her head, dissolving whenever she looks at Charlie's soft and determined eyes.
Are you sure?
I am.
Then... okay. Just one thing, please.
Charlie nods. Adelaide reaches out her hands again to her. When Charlie takes her hands, Adelaide gestures to Mike. He puts his hands in the embrace too.
You're not alone. Always remember that, okay? If you need anything, I mean anything, let us know. I don't care if it's 3 in the morning and you just want to come over and crash for an hour so you can nap. We're here for you.
Charlie looks between Mike and Adelaide. Their hands hold her own firmly. She knows without a doubt in her mind that Adelaide means every word. The home is quiet, yet the overflow of love and understanding between the three seated at the kitchen table fills the silence.
Millie?
Huh.
Content warning is... pregnancy. Charlie and Adelaide are pregnant. Adelaide is visibly showing, contains dialogue about sensations of kicking. The flower of February. I don't think anyone leaves wishing they had spent less time with loved ones. Christmas has always been special to me. For that very reason. No, awkward. Being called. And return it. Also different UI. What a time. Ah! Faces! Baby faces! The babies! A child! A child! A child! A lady! A neck! Sam! A whole different game! You! Cal! His grandpa isn't around all the time, but he likes when he is. Sometimes they go to the park together or draw on the ducks in the lake. Zion! Jill Harris. Jill Harris. The sweetest, most beautiful person on earth. The sweetest, most beautiful person on earth. He's been sort of like, but always find the strength to hug Millie as tight as you can always.
Shh. It's okay, little Millie. Look what I have here. It's from Grandpa Cal.
Adelaide bounces the tiny baby in her arms, who squirms and fusses and wriggles her face in response. She takes her cloth kitten near Millie's face until its a little dance catches her attention. Pregante. The baby reaches for the toy and grips it tightly with both hands. She stares at its face with huge eyes and after a couple moments erupts into a delightful giggle. Nom 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 nom. Charlie looks on attentively, rubbing her own growing belly. Her dad, Cal, sits in a nearby chair with a confident display of pride that his gift was so gleefully accepted.
Oh my gosh, I can't take her. How is she so cute?
She takes after her mom.
Can't argue with that.
The white festive lights decorate the small living room, fill it with a warm glow. A modest amount of small wrapped gifts sit under the tree in the corner of the room. Mike reaches under the tree and grabs another present at random. With a courtesy glance at the name, passes it over to Charlie.
This is from us.
It couldn't be from anyone else, really. Charlie raised her eyebrow and turned over the small, bright red cube in her hands. She gives a small shake, turning her head to hear the contents within. Cal smirks a little and shakes his head.
What? It's good luck, isn't it?
Right.
She smiles warmly in return to her dad's sigh, unwrapping the present as she hums to herself.
Oh,
It's the bracelet.
this is beautiful.
I know you're not too into jewelry, but I couldn't resist. Tell her about the flower, Mike.
Of course! There's flower meaning. And I'm assuming Mari went crazy.
It's a violet.
Great! Great job, Mike!
It's the flower for February.
Great job, Mike!
You're due the 8th, right? We thought it'd be a pretty safe bet.
Great job, Mike!
Don't worry, we got you a lot of diapers and clothes too. It's just...
Of course you did.
I wanted to buy something for you. And don't feel like you have to wear it. It just...
Adelaide, no. I love it. I really do. Thank you so much.
Charlie fiddles with the latch, trying to get the clasp on the impossible tiny loop. Oh, amateur. Cal watches for just a moment before kneeling down and placing his hands over hers. You're an amateur at this, Charlie. Get good. Get good. You're an amateur. You're an amateur. I've done it before. It's real easy. Come on. I haven't worn one. I haven't worn a bracelet I needed to clip in like a year, like not a year, like half a month probably, half a year probably. I'm like, it's not that hard. I say as if I'm not already able to clasp a necklace on my back without real looking. It's you learn. I wear 3 necklaces all the time every day. One of them is the great. One of them, you know which one. You know one of them is the beads, as always. Yes. You kind of, yeah, I'm fucking boiling around my neck. You can't even hear them. Because the mic doesn't want to pick it up at all. Anyways.
Her mother always loved jewelry like this, but she could never get the latch either.
Wow! You both are amateur. Your mother, was also bad at this. Lol. I wear 2 rings. Many bracelets, at least 4 bracelets. I'm wearing 4 bracelets right now. One is rainbow, one is lesbian, one is Harley Quinn, one is Steam Universe. Fuck it. I'm wearing one necklace, 2 necklaces, 4 necklaces. One of the necklaces has 2 rings on. It's just rings on it because why the fuck not? Why wear rings on your hand? You can wear rings on your fucking necklace instead. And then 2 of them are past gifts from someone. Mamima. He laughs a little to himself. Charlie and her dad hadn't spoken much in the last few years. Not until recently. It's been slow and uneasy. Charlie didn't know how to tell him she was expecting, and her dad had never been the emotional type. But they're getting there. As Charlie looks at the bracelet on her wrist, her growing belly, and her dad's soft expression, she feels a comfort she didn't realize she'd been missing. Hadley bounces the baby in her arms as little Millie starts to lose interest in the doll, shushing her softly.
Shush, shush. Oh, why don't you let me hold her for a bit? Take a rest. Hey, Millie. How's it going? You know, your mom is really amazing. She loves you so much, too. She's just the best person and working so hard, and you are too.
Oh no, Charlie. Hey.
Sorry. Sorry. Hormones. I love all of you so much.
Oh, you softie.
You sure you're okay? Do you want a glass of water?
Want me to take her?
No, I'm really okay. I'm just happy.
Thank you, Olivia.
I was just
Thank
thinking
you,
that
Olivia.
you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Thank you. She wants to She wants to expand on it, but she knows she'll just cry more if she tries. Charlie looks down at Millie with blurry eyes, letting her grab her finger with her little hands. In just a few months, her family will grow by one more.
I can't wait for you to meet Caprice, Millie. I'm sure you'll be best friends.
Pregnancy! Charlie's pregnant and visibly showing. There are no descriptions of pregnancy symptoms. There are no descriptions of pregnancy symptoms in this one. I need to use a dehydrate again. Be right back. I return. I take bite the food. Mr. Mo! It Mr. Mo, it the boy. Raised by the sea. Make lots of art. Save as much of it as you can, and never lose that spark of yours to create. Art. Writing. It doesn't matter as long as it's your voice. Caprice is coloring. The big pink crayon in her hand, moving with conviction, filling the paper with pink scribbles, and pink circles, and pink lines. It's great! She glances at the guy next to her. He's coloring quietly too, and he smiles down at Caprice, and ruffles her hair. He's nice. But he's not Mom. So Caprice keeps coloring, passing time. She already saw all her favorite fish today, so there's nothing else to do.
Caprice!
Mom! Look!
Oh, how wonderful, honey. We'll have to frame this when we get home.
Yes, she did it! Caprice is so happy she may see her mom. She better make this picture even better if it's going to be a frame.
Thanks again for watching her, Sam.
Don't worry about it. She's the best.
Still, please let me get you a coffee or something to say thanks.
I'm lucky enough to finally get a turn hanging out with her. Really, no worries. Is your chore still going on? How about you go grab lunch with Cappy here? I'll finish it for you.
Really? Are you sure?
I'm already walking away. Have fun, you two.
Bye! Mom sighs. Mom says and waves goodbye to Sam. She seems tired. Caprice proudly rolls up her drawing and hops off her chair.
Was Sam nice?
Yeah, he stinks at coloring.
I saw. You'll have to teach him.
I'll try.
Caprice doubts he could ever learn.
So, what do you want to eat?
Mac and cheese!
Again?
Again!
Again!
Okay, mac and cheese it is.
Ha 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 ha! Again! Ha 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 ha! Again! Ha 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 ha! Again! Caprice smiles. She loves when they can eat lunch together. They go to Caprice's favorite place. The inside is bright and decorated, and there's a million things to look at. Most importantly, Mom always gets her a milkshake here after lunch. Caprice looks at all the walls while her mom counts the paper to pay for the meal.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm. Are you hungry, Mom?
No, I'm okay. You better eat up, though, or I might just steal that milkshake anyway.
Oh! Caprice pretends to hide the milkshake, but really she always leaves some extra for Mom.
Do you have fun at the aquarium, Caprice?
I like the otters, and the big tank with all the fish.
Caprice wonders why her mom asks her questions like this so much. She always looks so worried when she does too. Her actual favorite thing about the aquarium is when her mom tells her all about the fish, even if she's heard it a million times. Her mom gets busy though, so they can't do that often.
I wish I could walk around with you, though.
Uh-oh, Mom looks a little sad again.
But the other people are really nice too, so it's okay.
Her mom smiles but looks away. Caprice puts her milkshake back on the table, then unfurls the drawing in her pocket. Her secret weapon to cheer her up.
Mom, can you finish it for me?
Oh, are you all done?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what do you want to title it?
Big Blue!
Big Blue. It's modeled after her favorite tank in the aquarium. It's the biggest one with the most fish in it. Even drew the pink rocks in the bottom. Big Blue, Caprice. Her mom writes Big Blue, nice and pretty on the back of the drawing, and puts the date and she passes it back to Kreese to sign, and she does so with a strong scoop of her pencil.
Done!
Good job. Will you hold on to it for me until we get home?
Okay.
Are you done eating?
Yep. Thank you, Mom. I love you.
I love you too, honey. Let's head back now, okay?
Page 50. Page 53. There will be good days and bad days. Hold the good days close and cherish each and every single sunrise. Millie bounds into her home, her backpack flopping up and down on her shoulders. Spring break, she thinks to herself, Millie tripping as she kicks off her shoes.
I'm home.
Welcome home. I'm in the kitchen. I'm making some fruit bowls. Go wash up, okay?
Okay. Where's Mom?
In the reading room, I think.
Up and up the stairs to wash up, and then go back, and then get her bags packed. But first,
Mom, hi! Oh, Millie, welcome home. How was school? Great, it's spring break now. So I heard.
Millie glances at the book in her mom's hands. She recognizes the cover. It's floating around their house for a few weeks. Every once in a while, its bright color opened and a new edition scrawled onto the pages. Compared to all of her other journals, this one was definitely the nicest. But her mom, who usually fills a page or more a day, was going through this one at a glacial pace. Her mom, possibly noticing Millie's eyes trailing to the cover of the book, clears her throat and rubs the top of Millie's head.
Anyway, Millie, are you excited? I already spoke to Charlie. She said she'll be by in a couple hours to pick you up. I am.
Millie's been lucky enough to be able to have a sleepover at Caprice's a few times a month, and tonight is their first full weekend sleepover. Mom looks back down at the book in her hands for a moment.
I've been writing this book for you, you know? I just wasn't sure when the right time would be to share it with you. But I think there is no right time.
Mom smiles the way she smiles when she doesn't really want to smile. Mia looks at the back cover of the book.
Do you want to read it together?
With an uncertain nod, Millie curls up on the ground, wrapped herself up in her soft blanket. Her mom gingerly reaches down to sit as well, pressing her back against the couch and just the pillows. It's as close they can get to a pillow fort nowadays. But just as cozy. Millie lays her head snuggled up under her mom's arm, and her mom flips open the first page of her homemade story.
To those I love.
Mom hesitates before turning the page.
The pages within are dedicated to you, my family, who I will love forever after.
A knock on the door stops them at the second page.
Hey, loves. Wanna...
Dad begins his words smiling, but his voice and mood falters when he spots the two of them on the floor.
Everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. I was just about to read this. Why don't you join us?
He stays quiet, placing the fruit bowls down. He steps over to where Millie and her mom are seated, hands in pockets.
Adelaide, can we talk about this?
Honey...
Let's not do this now. Can we find something else to read?
Mike, we have to talk about it sometime. I already spoke to Charlie and...
But we don't need to do it now. We're fine. It's a simple procedure.
And it won't be the last. Millie's old enough now. The more we dance around it, the harder it'll be for her.
Millie watches her mom grab her dad's hand and squeeze it tightly. They look at each other for just a moment. Millie shifts a little in the uncomfortable atmosphere.
Listen, honey, I need to do this while I still have the courage. After we read it, we can talk as a family, okay?
Millie nods because she feels like she has to. Her dad sits on the other side of her, taking her hand in his and putting his arm around both of them. The family sits together in the sunset-lit room, snuggled up on the floor against the couch as Adelaide begins reading a sad story.
To Mike, my one and only love. My greatest wish has always been to share our lives together.
Millie sits listening, her heart heavy. Her mom continues reading page after page in a soft voice.
And failing that, I wish you find happiness. Continue living and know I'm always beside you, rooting for you. Millie, my little one, please never stop reaching for the stars. You deserve to shine.
She continues, pulling Millie a bit closer, reading out her final wishes, asking those around her to find happiness, to dare to search for it. Millie pulls her mom closer too.
Being your mom has been my life's greatest gift, and I will always love you. Even when I can't be here, I hope you know your mom is cheering you on.
Millie glances up at her. She's staring at the back cover, a different expression adorning her face. Oh. She's crying. Millie tries to make sense of the last few months, as she does usually. Millie wonders if her mom is going to be okay.
Passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by now. She lived a long, full life and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me, were that she couldn't have been happier.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest. Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the largest, most ferocious beast. She saw the value in all of them. You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them, if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she. That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. It was simply who she was. To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Those virtues never faded a bit. Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. I promised her that I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory with kindness and with virtue and with compassion and patience for all, that I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days that followed her passing, as I wandered lost and alone, that I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life. The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. Purpose. How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born as some misplaced need or desire. There was something that could be much greater, something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything or it was nothing. It always seemed so trite, so mature, an attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho, to be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some. But that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him, it's awfully lonely. When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learned. Wisdom does not exclude humans, but to look on as once vibrant hair fades to grey, and as once strong hands soften their grips, as once treasured memories become distant, there is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful. To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s. A good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox. For a human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly. As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day, but there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live, and when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. For virtue, for friendship, for others, for tomorrow. To die is human. To live is a privilege.
Millie wondered if Mom is going to be okay. Millie doesn't understand it, but a part of her thinks she won't be. Millie thinks her mom must be dying. Millie reached out to dry her mom's tears, unaware of her own beginning to pool. To her side, her dad is silent, but holding the three of them even tighter now.
I love you both so,
so much.
We love you too.
We still have so much time, so let's make the most of it, okay? We'll fill this book up together, Millie. I'll write you stories and answer any questions you ask me, so you'll always have a bit of me by your side.
Millie tries to say something, but nothing comes out. More tears roll down her cheeks. Her mom wipes her face.
Let's keep smiling, okay?
Millie nods hard against her parents' supporting shoulders.
I love you, Mom.
She feels her dad kiss her on the top of her head. The day passes quietly, filled with more small moments of love. The three eat fruit bowls together. They laugh about nothing in particular. Millie sits with the parents as they explain what cancer is. Her mom pulls Millie in a tight hug after they finish packing her sleepover bag. When Charlie arrives to pick her up, Charlie hugs all three of them too. Chris volunteers to bring Millie's things into the car. They promise to have fun together. Millie gives her mom another bigger hug, the kind where she uses all her strength, and wishes her good luck at the hospital. The story they read at the back of her mind. Millie looks outside the car window as they drive to Chris's house. She'll do her best to make sure Mom can keep smiling too. Adelaide is terminally ill. This scene deals with mortality, death, and cancer throughout the text and dialogue. Autumn Woes. Page 75. Make her decisions. Surround yourself with love. Get it. Page 75. Making hard decisions. Surround yourself with love. It's a lot easier to make the right choice for yourself if you have support. Olive pushes their face deeper into their scarf. They walk slow and stay next to their mom, who doesn't seem to mind the cold as much.
Oh, I hate fall.
Wait until you hear about winter.
Olive sighs dramatically. The leaves cover the ground and make it impossible to spot the places where the sidewalk is broken, occasionally tripping them. The wind is way too cold and fast. The colors of the trees are way less colorful in real life than the books. They're just yellow and brown and dead. Not to mention, the days get shorter, so the sun is already disappearing. It's getting colder by the minute. Olive really hates fall.
We're almost there.
Olive bet they still had long to go. As the streetlights come on, Olive reaches out to hold their mom's hand. They're going to Auntie Ari's restaurant. They go there for dinner a lot, especially on days like these when Mom and Dad fight.
Why don't you tell me about your day at school?
It was fine, I guess.
Did you make any new friends?
No.
Their mom squeezes their hand sportively.
I'm sure you will soon. Be positive. You're a great kid, Ollie.
Olive doesn't really want to talk about it.
August and little Olive. Come in, come in.
Auntie Ari waves from the back of the restaurant. Olive waves back while their mom quickly clears off their usual table.
Hey, you two. Had to get out of the house again?
Yeah. You know how he is.
Dad got mad about the laundry.
Olive, please. That's not nice.
Olive rolls her eyes and pretends to look over the kids' menu. Mom is too nice.
Want me to teach him a lesson?
We're fine. He's just tired. That's all.
Aunt Ari exchanges a look with Olive, who shrugs. She sighs, places a hand on Mom's, and squeezes it.
Are you still dropping Olive off tomorrow? You have your exam soon, right?
Right. Actually, I think I'll be okay, so I'll come by for my shift instead.
I see. Olive knows Mom doesn't really have exams. Every time she says she's going to study, she opens a book for a little bit, then walks away and starts cleaning or something. She must have her reasons, though, so Olive doesn't say anything when Auntie Ari protests.
Okay, so you need to study. How many classes did you take this semester? 3?
Just the one, actually.
Even more reason.
They go back and forth for a while.
While I'm at it, are you okay, Olive?
I guess.
Olive wilts under Auntie Ari's eyes. They don't really want to get in the middle of it.
Look, August, if you need the shift, of course you can come.
Thank you.
But please, take me up on my offer to cover it anyway. Why don't you take them out for a fun day? They're too gloomy for a kid their age.
Auntie Ari pats Olive's hand and then gets up to take care of the other tables.
Do you want to go out tomorrow, honey?
You should work, Mom.
I don't really need to. We'll be fine this month.
Yes, Mom.
Are you sure?
You really are too serious for your age. Come on, we'll have fun.
We'll go to the park. You know, the park that you go to when... Mom pulls at a nearby newspaper and flips through the pages.
Look, there's gonna be a fun event at the zoo tomorrow. Why don't we go?
Olive tries not to look excited. That would be fun. But they've got to cancel plans so many times before.
They're gonna have a partnership with the aquarium and do a tour?
With the aquarium? Whoa. As their mom goes on, Olive shifts a little closer to look at the article despite themselves. She angles the article so Olive can see and continues reading. There's only a couple moments before Olive scoots up closer for her to listen. Auntie Ari doesn't say anything when she comes by with the food, as Olive chimes in on which of the events they'd like to visit. They sit together and let their food feel cold, excited, chatting about tomorrow. Implied emotional abuse. Dialogue implies August's partner is emotionally abusive, but does not go into detail. Unbroken. It gets better.
Why don't you go ask them to play?
Olive sits in the swing, their legs half-hearted kicking, the only thing pushing them at all. Their mom gestures to the two girls playing across the park, tilting her head towards them all the while.
It's okay. I don't really want to.
Oh, don't give me that, sweetie. What's wrong?
If they wanted to play with me, they'd ask. I'll just bother them.
Honey. It's not like that, Ollie. You have to put yourself out there.
On cue, the shorter of the two girls suddenly points to the two of them on the swing, speaking loudly to her mom. When her mom nods, she and the other girls dash over.
Wanna play obstacle course?
Okay.
Awesome! I'm Caprice, and this is Millie, my bestest friend. You know I love you lots, right? Course I do! Love you lots too!
August nudges Olive.
I'm Olive.
That's a nice name.
Thank you.
Okay, on the count of 3, we're gonna race to the slide.
Olive is half dragged away by the two girls as Caprice explains the course, holding on to their hand tightly.
I'll be back soon.
Have fun!
August glances at the two women approach. Glances up as 2 women approach, watching the 3 run off.
She makes friends everywhere she goes.
You should see how she is when she assists on the tours. Every guest pays more attention to her than the aquarium.
That sounds like good business.
The 2 greet August with a pair of warm smiles as their small talk winds down.
Hi, I'm Caprice's mom. This is Adelaide, my bestest friend.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, you too. I'm August.
Both Olive and August pass the time together with their new friends.
Go, go, go!
As Olive stumbles over their own feet, Caprice quickly overtakes their lead and continues dashing ahead.
Around the tree! That's the last one!
The 2 run, tagging a tree and quickly swinging back to rush towards Millie. She waves at her hands excitedly.
Caprice wins! Wow!
Okay, you win.
From the sidelines, 3 women watch the children warmly. The sun is starting to dip low in the sky already.
So it's just... Well, it's just so nice to see Olive playing with kids their age. Do you 2 live nearby?
Unfortunately, no. I had an appointment at the hospital here, so we were just visiting.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it went well.
Thank you. I hope so too.
Olive stands at the end of the park, yelling impromptu rules for the race at Millie and Caprice as they run around now.
Well, thank you, both of you, for the conversation. Seeing Olive like this is kind of bittersweet. I wish it could last longer. But speaking of, we should probably head back. I have a shift tonight.
Good luck. Night shifts must be tough.
Well, it's busier, but the clientele is more patient.
It was so nice talking to you. Good luck with everything, all right? You're doing great. You'll both be okay.
Thank you. Good luck with everything, too. Olive! Olive! Come on in. Let's head back now.
Coming!
See ya, Olive! Bye!
They're sad to see their new friend go. Caprice and Millie continue to play for a while longer. And the sun is long past the horizon. The 2 girls are sleeping soundly in the back of the car. Adelaide's phone rings. She hesitates to pick it up.
Do you... Nope, no, it's okay.
A moment passes before the phone is answered. Adelaide speaks softly, but the quiet hum of the idle car is enough to mask the conversation. Shirley keeps her eyes closed and leans her head back, pretending that she can't hear. Pretending she can't hear the doctor on the other end of the phone, saying things like rapid progression, hospice care, or end-of-life preparation. Adelaide is doing the same, keeping her voice level, light, and murmuring affirmations as naturally as she can. The air in the small space is different. The only connection between the 2 in this moment The only thing separating this from any other phone call are the tears welling up in both their eyes. When Adelaide hangs up the phone, she places it on her lap. In a careful movement, she opens the car door.
I love you, baby. I love you so much.
Adelaide brushes some hair out of her face, careful not to wake him. And he stirs ever so slightly, murmuring sleepily. She closes the door and slumps to the ground. In less than a minute, Charlie is by her side, on the ground, hand on her back.
I should call Mike.
Charlie holds her as Adelaide's shaking hands try to reach for her phone to speak to her husband, who is undoubtedly waiting by his phone at work.
Take a minute, Aid. Just...
Charlie, what am I gonna do?
She can't answer. Adelaide knows that, but she repeats the question as sobs rack her body and her friend pulls her into a hug. For the first time since the diagnosis, Charlie and Adelaide cry together. Neither has the strength to be the strong one right now, but the one who can sit and listen. And time passes as their tears slow. Adelaide manages to pull herself far away from Charlie long enough to call Mike, to cry all over again as she fails to repeat the news and hand the phone over to Charlie, tell him where they're parked so he can leave work now. Charlie takes care to roll down the windows and cut the engine, to let the kids sleep. She meets Adelaide at the front of the car, sitting on the concrete parking stop next to her. Neither are sure what to say, but Adelaide manages to speak first.
I'm sorry.
Aid, don't.
I'm so sorry, Charlie. I don't want to leave you alone.
Aid, please don't. I know you don't.
It's not fair.
Charlie swallows a lump in her throat.
I know.
Millie. Oh, God. Millie. Please, Charlie. Please take care of Millie for me.
I will. I promise.
And Mike, and yourself too,
Adelaide, we'll figure something out, okay? We'll look out for each other. We have time, right?
Yeah, we do.
I love you, Adelaide. I really do.
I love you so much, Charlie. Thank you for always being here for me.
Silence falls again as Mike's car approaches, screeching to a halt. Adelaide grips Charlie's hand once more in affection. It isn't fair, but they have time. They look out for each other, and someday, somehow, they'll be okay.
To Mike. Be good to yourself. Please forgive me for leaving you alone. Don't be in any rush to come see me, okay? Millie needs you. I love you. I'd marry you 1,000 times over. To Millie. My My little darling. I love you so, so much. Watch over your dad for me. I'll watch over you too. I know you're going to grow up into an amazing person. I would do anything to be there. To Charlie, thank you for everything. You're my closest, bestest friend. You're an amazing mom, and Caprice is so lucky to have you. I've been so lucky to have you as a part of my family. Page 7. Things I love about you. Your laugh, your hugs, the way you love me too. I just know you're going to grow up to be an amazing, wonderful person, Millie. I love how bright you make everyone's days.
Page 19. What about me and Caprice? Can we still see each other?
Of course you can. Dad will be here, and I'm sure Charlie would love to have you.
Without you?
I'm going to miss Charlie, and I'm sure she's going to miss me too. But another thing we have in common is how much we love you. You can still go on sleepovers, have movie nights, visit the butterfly garden.
I don't want to go without you. It wouldn't be the same.
I know it wouldn't, sweetie. But Caprice is your best friend, and I want you two to be there for each other. You can still be her friend without me there. In fact, I want you to. Please don't push her away, okay?
Okay.
Page 31, for when you graduate middle school. Congratulations! You're so grown up now. I hope you have an amazing day. Tell your dad I said you can have as much cookie cake as you like. What if she doesn't like cookie cake anymore?
It's fine. It's the thought that counts. If things change, I'll get the message anyway. Want to take a break?
Yeah, that'd be good. Page 33. The following pages are recipes for brownies, chocolate chip cookie cake, and of course, my one and only deluxe cheesecake bites. I used to make these all the time for you and Caprice.
Wait. Don't skip it. We should make it sometime.
Yeah, I want to try your mom's brownies again.
And you will. I'll make them for us, but I'm keeping the recipes just for myself. Page 42. What to do if Dad gets a new mom.
That's not going to happen.
Oh, come on, dear. It could. It should. You're gonna let all those good looks go to waste?
It won't happen.
It might. So, come on, help me with this one.
We can come back to it, okay?
Fine. I'd rather you take me out on a date tonight anyway.
I'll call Charlie.
Page 52. What can I do when I miss you?
Go for a walk. Count how many dogs you see. Breathe in the air. When you're done, you can come home. Make yourself something to eat. If you're still feeling down, read some of these letters. And know that I love you, and I miss you too.
Page 53. I'm afraid of forgetting you.
To be honest, I'm afraid of that too. I think you're going to forget some things, though. That's okay. And, you know, I've forgotten a few things too. I don't remember which tooth came in first, or when you got your first haircut, or what you wore on your first birthday. But I remember the big things. Like when you were a baby, I used to sing you to sleep. Sometimes we fell asleep on the floor together. I remember how little you were. I remember your first Christmas, and how you loved all the lights we put up on the tree. I remember when Caprice was born, and how you both fell asleep in my arms. So, forget some things. Don't feel bad if it happens. It's natural. I just hope you'll always remember the big things, whatever they may be. If you can't remember my voice, I hope you'll remember that I used to say I love you every night before bed. I hope if you don't remember how tall I was, you remember how I used to pick you up and hug you.
Hi, Cap. Welcome. Fuck you guys.
I miss her. I'm always scared of forgetting more about her.
Fuck y'all. I'm crying.
Sorry, I just need a few minutes alone.
Alright. We love you, Millie.
Are you going to be okay?
Yeah. I am. Thank you for letting me share part of her with you. I think I want to keep the rest to myself for now.
We'll be here if you need anything.
I know. Caprice?
Yeah?
Later, do you want to go visit her? Together?
You mean... Yeah. That'd be nice.
And, do you think Charlie would want to come with?
I think she'd love to.
It'll take a while, but they'll be okay. Ah. Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't back to where the fuck Echo's Spring is. Where's Echo's Spring? Stares at this. Nothing's here. That's here. I'm just really blind. I cried. I know you warned me, Pa, so I was gonna cry. I was ready to cry, but I wasn't ready to cry. I wasn't expecting that from Perfect Circle. What the fuck? It is a lot more painful than the actual roots. Fuck. Fuck you guys for making such a good story. Fuck you. You suck. I'm dying. Yeah, yeah. I tried so I tried so not to click the spoilers. It's so tempting to look at the spoilers like a giant block of text. What is this? What is it? I need to know. Now I can! I've seen it all! I've suffered! Mima was falling out of the fucking chair! Nemo, no! Nemo! I'm gonna go read a whole past 3 months semester. Oh, there's that much to read. Oh, imagine reading. Crazy, imagine reading in the twofold general topic of existence. Jeez. Also, fuck y'all for making a remix, like a different version of the main theme. Fuck y'all for calling it Leaving Footsteps. Fuck y'all. Fuck you guys for calling it Leaving Footsteps. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you guys. How dare you? How dare you? It's illegal. We're not gonna share your art, Caps. It's illegal. How dare you? We're not gonna look at your art. Where Adelaide's up there. Fuck you. We're looking at your art now. We're staring at it. Shakes cursor aggressively. Fuck you! How dare you? How dare you guys be so good at making stories? That's fair. Huh? Huh? That's quite the thing to randomly say. I'm confused. What's this thread? Bug sightings. Papaya first snow playthrough. Spoilers will be... Papaya. Ah, papaya. I see. Well, we're being sad. We're being the big sad. I'm not gonna look at your cat, Caps. Look at your cat. Look at that. That's a cat. That's a boy. Look at that. Look at Mr. Mo. Look at your Mr. Mo Cap. This is your cat. Join the art club. This is your cat. Ironic because you don't get to see Mr. Mo if you join the art club. Join the art club and never see me ever. He's a traitor. But Caps, we don't ever see him if we join the art club. You ever thought about that? Let's play again right now. It's a threat. This is a threat. This is a threat. This is a threat. It's cat rice. It's cat rice shortened. Closer. It's a cat rice shortened. Indeed, possum. Indeed. Painful. This was painful to go through, but it was worth it. It was worth it. It was worth the pain. Also, not look at Adelaide. It's Adelaide right there. Look at her. And there's Caprice. And there's Millie. And there's Apple. Fish, stop. Don't. Stop it. Stop, fish. Fuck off. Stop slamming the fucking wall of your tank. It's weird. I'm yelling at a fish if you're gonna fucking understand me. It cannot. I like this time of spring. It's very pretty. It's very pretty. Oh, the love of the world for the Twofold moms. We love the moms. Wow, where are they? They're not. Where are they? I have to jump in a gut. I have to jump in a perfect circle to look at the moms together. Where are they? We're gonna look at the moms real quick. No, not the Leaving Footsteps song. No.
So it's just... Well, it's just so nice to see Olive playing with kids their age.
It's the moms. Look at them. We love the moms. Look at the moms. It them. The mothers. August. Adelaide. Ms. Shorten. Fish saw the aquarium. What's the heck? Yee. It nice. I like it. It's adorable. It's almost like they're a family. Also, when I paused, you know, I was. Shut up, head! Goddamn earbuds! Don't die on me now. I need you to exist longer. Rude, dying on me. Good thing I have 2 earbuds and I am only using one of them at a time. I didn't actually read these. I didn't actually read all these at all. I looked at them and walked away. Adelaide Clark. The sweetest, most wonderful person on earth. She's been sort of sick lately, but always finds the strength to hug Millie as tight as she can always. Anyway, not always. Oh, yes. You drag my clicking pause. Why did I click pause in the first place? I don't know why I clicked pause. I clicked pause at some point for some reason. I clicked pause. I don't know why, but I did it at one point. I just knew it was there. I don't know why. Anyways, let's continue reading. Mike Clark. Millie's dad always has snacks ready whenever she gets home from school. He wants to open his own car shop one day, and even told Millie he'd teach her all about them if she wants. I can't fucking read! If she wants. We wrote them knowing people would probably never see them, but it's about the small details. The small details, like the back button being a... Millie really likes reading stories with her mom. She's been acting especially good this year because she plans to ask Santa for a kitten for Christmas. August Penn. Olive's mom is extremely nice too. Too nice. She looks tired all the time, but never takes a break. Olive hopes they can help her someday. Olive Penn. There's nothing cool to say about Olive. They don't have any friends or anything like that. They just want to stay out of everyone's business and not bother them. Yeah, I was like so surprised when I paused for some reason. And I was like, "What? This is new. This is different. Why? Why do you want different? What the fuck? It hit diff." Charlie Shifton, the coolest mom ever. She gets to hang out at the aquarium all day and knows everything about all the things that live there. Caprice thinks she worries too much though. Caprice Shifton. Caprice loves drawing otters. Her thing is when Mom takes her to work with her because they can look at all the creatures together. All of these are written from the perspective of the two full babies who are working in voice during development. Theo audibly said, "Oh no," when reading Olive's being so self-critical. I don't have anything for this.
That was something I never understood before. Why anyone would want to read a book more than once. You already know what's going to happen. But because it makes me think of you, and that you wrote it just for me to be able to read, I don't think I'll ever be able to like a book more.
Close enough. That might work. I don't damn not applies to us, the gamers, the readers, as Olive once said in one of the dialogues when they were talking about how they need to get on a first date at some point. The readers, they're fucking dying. They need to see the details of us going on our first goddamn thing. Think of the readers. Think of the readers. Cal Shifton, Chris's grandpa, isn't really around all the time, but she likes it when she is. Sometimes they go to the park together to draw the ducks on the lake. Ariel Hollis. Auntie Ari runs the diner Olive's mom works at. She's funny and smiles a lot and tells Olive secrets like how to hide her tips in Mom's purse. How to hide Ariel's tips in August's purse. Don't tell August, though. Don't tell her that. You hear me? Don't do it. I'm watching you. I'm watching you, Caps. Don't tell August that. Sam Fitz. He stinks at coloring. Sam Fitz. He stinks at coloring. Possum, no! How dare you? How could you betray Ariel Hollis? How could you betray Ariel Hollis like this? She trusted us with the secrets of hiding tips in Mom's purse. I'm not gonna run away before, how do I get, I'm gonna not read the rest. I'm just gonna do this, because, we know what happens in this, I never read this, did I? Did I ever maybe I did. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm thinking about this one, which also has the same description. Yeah! Sorry, I got weird driving about. I got weird driving about that single button and pressing H, and I can fucking hide the UI and look at this image. It them. It them. It's the. This is nice. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna grab this real quick. Nice. I'll grab that real quick. Grabbed it. Poggers. Done grabbing. Now to paste this in a Discord server of myself. And no one else, just me. You guys can look at it while I do that. This gives me big, what was your name again? What was your name again? Oh. Launch. This gives me big launch vibes from Dragon Ball. This face gives me big launch vibes from Dragon Ball. I'm not sure why. It just does. I'm getting big Dragon Ball launch vibes from this one face of Adelaide. Good old Dragon Ball vibes from our wholesome sapphic game, Dragon Ball. But the question is, what's the flower? I bet Addie would know. Actually, I bet Mario knew what the flowers were. I bet Mario knew what these flowers were. I bet she knew. I bet Mario knew what the fucking flowers were, knowing Mari. Theo. That's the exact name. Sally, Theo in here! Fuck! Damn it! In before Theo pops in. Damn it, Theo in here now! Fuck! Also, you probably have seen it already, cats, but look. It's Theo. Look, it's Theo art. I got art from Theo. I had the power of God and everyone on my side! Ah! In summer. Nonsense. Summer nonsense. Summer nonsense. They picked. No, not the one rose from Millie's path is a Millie Rose, and the flowers are from the Caprice path, a Caprice Morning Glories. Theo sent me a lot of comments as they were working on them. Yay! I love this one. I love this one. It's pretty. I like this one. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. It's summer nonsense. I love summer nonsense. I love summer nonsense.
I felt like I didn't want it to end. All of it. The CosCon, being here on the hill, being with the four of you. It's what I'd been hoping for so long.
I am the if you're wondering, I'm the person who in the Sama Uni chat channel who just has a soundboard of people of voice lines from Sama Uni. It is me. If you aren't aware, it is me, the person who has a Hana board.
I can't believe I missed you.
A Quinn board.
I was just thinking about music.
And a summer
how
board.
It connects us. First time someone's ever thought about that, I'm sure.
No indie board though.
But mostly, I was thinking about how cool it is when you meet someone else who likes the same stuff you do. It's nice to just automatically understand someone like that. and be
No, is he
understood.
bored though? I don't know why.
I can
I
only
just
say
don't.
these things here where it's like nobody's listening, when actually there are a lot of you listening. At least, I hope there are. Man, that's embarrassing though, too.
Baby. Boop. Baby. Boop. Baby. Boop.
None of this is your fault. Talk to me. Please. I can't do much, but I can listen at least.
What do you want to hear, Olive? More riveting tales about my dead mom? How sorry I am for being a terrible daughter?
None of this is your fault. Millie, let's head home early tomorrow.
I don't feel like I have a home to go to anymore.
Anyways, move over to, you know, the quote-unquote face cam screen where I could be sad, and where I could be sad while it's surrounded by a bunch of items that I actually own in real life. But virtually be surrounded by them. Not really, because most of them are upstairs. Not in this room I'm sitting in. But yeah. Surrounded by 5 Mimos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Mimos minimum. Technically 7 if you don't count the slideshow ones. But if you do, there's 8 Mimo, and if you count the slideshow that comes out every now and again, that has a Mimo. That is not Mimo. That is me. That is also not Mimo. That is still me. I guess I've been putting it off long enough. It's time to be sad. It's time to listen to sad music and do squats. 12 squats, because I've been waiting. I've been holding it off for far too long, and you guys also are really bad at funny. You guys are too busy being sad. No offense. Maybe do take offense. I don't know. It's up to you guys. Let's do my squats. My 12 squats. Full offense. We got 12 squats. Waves, wiggles hands back and forth. I don't know why I'm doing that. As if it's needed. It's not needed. There's no need for that. Yet here I am doing that anyways. Hello, it is me. I have hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Get back to the chair. Get back here, chair. I need you. Get back down here, Mike. I need you also down here. Whoa, my hair is down. My fuck. Oh, my hair is stabbing me in the neck. But yes, that was Twofold. That was Twofold at Millie's Act 3, and also Twofold Perfect Circle. God damn it, when I'm outside. Ah! I should probably reset the counter as well before I forget. There we go. Oh. All the emotions. Whew. It was good. I enjoyed it. Highly recommend playing Twofold. Might play it again at some point in my life. Not sure when, but maybe eventually. I'm missing 5 achievements. Oh, of course. I'm missing 5 achievements. Why am I missing 5 achievements? Oh yes, the friend routes. Of course I'm missing achievements. The friend routes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, eventually. Eventually. I went Heather's first, so, I love the achievement text of Heather's, which is, where is it? It's somewhere in here. It's, could have gone worse. Listen to what Heather has to say. Befriend? Heather? Befriend? Question mark. Heather. Maybe. Maybe, but that will take a lot longer than the PBH one, because that's like 6 weeks as opposed to the 5 weeks. Benemy. Oh. Okay, who is alive besides the pink cat? The scrunkly pink cat. Why is there a real person on my screen? Why was there a real oh, that's why. The scrunkly cat. The scrunkly pink cat. Now it's any other. Sad. We can go to my friend playing Mario RPG and be sad about it. Bye, have a nice dinner, Caps. I only need to finish my dinner because it's in front of me and it's not cold. Lol. But thanks for stopping by. Thanks for contributing to the game at Maybe Cry. Bye. Bye. Enjoy your food while I cry. There's this. We have the choice for. We got Mario Kart. We got a scrunkly pink cat, and we got my friend who is a lesbian. Playing Mario RPG. Many good choices. Many good choices there. What to do? What to do? We have 3 choices minimum. We got my RPG, will be interesting. We go with our usual target, who's doing puzzles as usual. Or we could do Mario Kart 8. The sad part is none of these people play this game. So we can't be sad together about the game. We can only vaguely hint out that we're being sad about the game for all 3 of them. One person won't know exactly what is happening. One person, I'm not quite sure. Another person, I'm very sure they won't know what's happening. The dilemma of existence of streaming. Who doth thou raid? Friend, or acquaintance? Let's go with the usual. Let's go with the scrunkly pink cat. We're gonna go with the scrunkly pink cat, and hopefully I spell her name correctly this time. I did. I did it. But yes, that was Twofold. tomorrow we're gonna go. Hopefully tomorrow. We're gonna go back into the castle in the freezing mountains to do some more puzzling, and then also on the same day after that, an hour after that. The puzzling is at 3 p.m. by the way, but like maybe around like 8ish, bro. I'm gonna be beating up people to save my bros. On to the tomorrow as well. Yes, at like around 8 p.m. Yep. Summer. But yes, next week I need to figure out what game I'm gonna do for 3 weeks still. But yes, again, just double call out again. But yes, I need to figure out what game I need for next week's Sapphic Sunday. I have written down the game that you recommend, you suggested earlier, Possum. I'll look into that. Maybe I'll go for that.
You're banned!